Each match day will feature 2 groups playing 6 matches in the following map order. For map rotation will be Bermuda, Category, Alpine, Calgary, Nextera, and the final map that will be randomly chosen each day to keep things unexpected.
At the end of the knockout stage, 6 teams will be eliminated, while 12 teams will move on to the next stage, Point Rush. Over 11 and 12 October 2024, they will play 12 high-stakes matches. No one gets eliminated, but every point counts. These crucial points will serve as a head start points, heading into the Grand Final stage. The Grand Final will be on 13 October 2024 in Surabaya, Indonesia. 12 teams will battle in the ultimate showdown across 6 matches.
Who will be the champion? Vietnam, Thailand, no, Indonesia and Malaysia. Let's find this out at the Free Fire World Series SEA 2024 Fall.
Mau lawan Indonesia? Jangan ya, Dek ya. Indonesia kali ini pasti menang. Inilah tim Indonesia, sang harapan baru. EVOS Defy, Onyx Olympus, RRQ Kazu, Indostar, Bigetron Delta. Masih berani lu pada? Kita punya piala FFWC.
998 999 1,000 ง่ายๆผมคิดว่าทีมพวกผมไม่ต้องซ้อมก็ชนะได้พวกคุณอยากเห็นไหมล่ะนี่เป็นทีมของเราที่จะชนะ AG Global Attack All Around บุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ด Esport ทีม Falcon Twisted Mind ไม่ต้องมาท้าพวกเราแกแพ้แน่ในปีนี้เรามีแล้ว3 ถ้วยรางวัลยังจะมากล้าท้าเราอีกเหรอ
Các bạn đã chuẩn bị chưa nào? Hãy đón chờ những bất ngờ từ Việt Nam nha. Chúng tôi sẽ hạ gục các bạn một cách dễ dàng.
Đây là cái team của chúng tôi nhất định sẽ chiến thắng. B Esport, WAZ, Heavy, God of War, UA Esport.
Hãy đón chờ thất bại đi.
Macam tu je jenis power dalam kandang ni.
Inilah pasukan kita. Aspen, Todak, Vamos Esport.
Hey Indo, jaga-jaga ya. Korang akan rata dalam kandang sendiri.
It's time for me.
ตอนนี้เวลาของผม
Đây là lúc của chúng tôi.
Ni waktu kemenangan kita.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it. I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Get ready, Free Fire fans! The biggest event of Free Fire is back. The Southeast Asia Legends will competing for the Free Fire World Series 2024 Fall Trophy.
Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall will invite 18 teams from 4 regions.
We have 5 from Indonesia, 5 from Thailand. You know what? We have 5 handsome teams from Vietnam. Oh no. Indonesia is better. Everyone knows that Thailand has the best player in the world. No, Vietnam still have the best handsome teams. And 3 from Malaysia.
They will compete head-to-head to win a share of the 300,000 USD prize pool.
And of course, Thailand will be the one who bring this prize back home. You know it, right? It's our country. Impossible for other region to win. No chance for you guys. Don't talk too much. Let's continue our announcement. Let's go. The tournaments will have 3 stages: Knockout, Point Rush, and Grand Finals. Starting on 16 August 2024, 18 teams will be divided into 3 groups of 6 weeks.
They will compete in 18 match days across 6 weeks of knockout stage.
Oh, and a friendly reminder, do not give 5 booyah to that team again, my dear survivors.
Teams from 4 regions will be sorted into 3 pools to groups A, B, and C.
Each match day will feature 2 groups playing 6 matches in the following map order.
For map rotation will be Bermuda, Category, Alpine, Territory, Nextera, and the final map that will be randomly chosen each day to keep things unexpected.
At the end of the knockout stage, 6 teams will be eliminated, while 12 teams will move on to the next stage, Point Rush. Over 11 and 12 October 2024, they will play 12 high-stakes matches. No one gets eliminated, but every point counts. These crucial points will serve as a head start points, heading into the grand final stage. The grand final will be on 13 October 2024.
Get ready, Free Fire fans! The biggest event of Free Fire is back. The Southeast Asia Legends will competing for the Free Fire World Series 2024 for trophy.
Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall will invite 18 teams from 4 regions.
We have 5 from Indonesia, 5 from Thailand. You know what? We have 5 handsome teams from Vietnam.
Oh no. Indonesian is better. Everyone know that Thailand have the best player in the world.
No, Vietnam still have the best handsome teams. And
3 from Malaysia.
They will compete head-to-head to win a share of the 300,000 USD prize pool.
And of course, Thailand will be the one who bring this prize back home. You know it, right? It's our country. Impossible for other region to win. No chance for you guys.
don't talk too much. Let's continue our announcement.
Let's go.
The tournaments will have 3 stages: knockout, point rush, and grand finals. Starting on 16 August 2024, 18 teams will be divided into 3 groups of 6 weeks.
They will compete in 18 match days across 6 weeks of knockout stage.
Oh, and a friendly reminder, do not give 5 Booyah to that team again, my dear survivors.
Teams from 4 regions will be sorted into 3 pools to groups A, B, and C.
Each match day will feature 2 groups playing 6 matches in the following map order. For map rotation will be Bermuda, Category, Alpine, Kalahari, Nextera, and the final map that will be randomly chosen each day to keep things unexpected.
At the end of the knockout stage, 6 teams will be eliminated, while 12 teams will move on to the next stage, Point Rush. Over 11 and 12 October 2024, they will play 12 high-stakes matches. No one gets eliminated, but every point counts. These crucial points will serve as a head start points, heading into the grand final stage. The grand final will be on 13 October 2024 in Surabaya, Indonesia. 12 teams will battle in the ultimate showdown across 6 matches.
Who will be the champion?
Vietnam!
Thailand? No, Indonesia and Malaysia.
Let's find this out at the Free Fire World Series SEA 2024 Fall!
Mau lawan Indonesia? Jangan ya, Dek ya. Indonesia kali ini pasti menang. Inilah tim Indonesia, sang harapan baru. EVOS Defy, Onyx Olympus, RRQ Kaju, Indostar, Bigetron Delta. Masih berani lo pada? Kita punya piala FFWS.
998 999 1,000 ง่ายๆ ผมคิดว่าทีมพวกผมไม่ต้องซ้อมก็ชนะได้ พวกคุณอยากเห็นไหมล่ะ นี่เป็นทีมของเราที่จะชนะ AG Global Attack All Around บุรีรัมย์ United Esport ทีม Falcon Twisted Mind ไม่ต้องมาท้าพวกเราแกแพ้แน่ ในปีนี้เรามีแล้ว3 ถ้วยรางวัล ยังจะมากล้าท้าเราอีกเหรอ
Các bạn đã chuẩn bị chưa nào? Hãy đón chờ những bất ngờ từ Việt Nam nha. Chúng tôi sẽ hạ gục các bạn một cách dễ dàng.
Đây là cái team của chúng tôi nhất định sẽ chiến thắng. B Esport, WAZ, Heavy, God of War, UA Esport.
Hãy đón chờ thất bại đi.
Macam tu je jenis power dalam kandang ni.
Inilah pasukan kita. Espen, Todak, Vamos Esport.
Hey Indo, jaga-jaga ya. Korang akan rata dalam kandang sendiri.
It's time for me.
ตอนนี้เวลาของผม
Đây là lúc của chúng tôi.
Ni waktu kemenangan kita.
Circle it.
jaga-jaga ya. Korang akan rata dalam kandang sendiri.
It's time for me.
ตอนนี้เวลาของผม
Đây là lúc của chúng tôi.
Ni waktu kemenangan kita.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it. I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Get ready, Free Fire fans! The biggest event of Free Fire is back.
The Southeast Asia Legends will competing for the Free Fire World Series 2024 Fall Trophy. Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall will invite 18 teams from 4 regions.
We have 5 from Indonesia, 5 from Thailand. You know what? We have 5 handsome teams from Vietnam.
Oh no. Indonesian is better. Everyone knows that Thailand have the best player in the world.
No, Vietnam still have the best handsome teams. And
3 from Malaysia.
They will compete head-to-head to win a share of the 300,000 USD prize pool.
And of course, Thailand will be the one who bring this prize back home. You know it, right? It's our country. Impossible for other region to win. No chance for you guys.
don't talk too much. Let's continue our announcement. Let's go. The tournaments will have 3 stages: knockout, point rush, and grand finals. Starting on 16 August 2024, 18 teams will be divided into 3 groups of 6 weeks.
They will compete in 18 match days across 6 weeks of knockout stage.
Oh, and a friendly reminder, do not give 5 booyah to that team again, my dear survivors.
Teams from 4 regions will be sorted into 3 pools to groups A, B, and C.
Each match day will feature 2 groups playing 6 matches in the following map order. For map rotation will be Bermuda, Category, Alpine, Carrari, Nextera, and the final map that will be randomly chosen each day to keep things unexpected.
At the end of the knockout stage, 6 teams will be eliminated, while 12 teams will move on to the next stage, Point Rush. Over 11 and 12.
all the teams left. It's WAG and EVOS. The fact that Alan was able to hide for so long.
From the side of RRQ, chases him out and get a shot from afar. RRQ, they are back with a solid booyah to their side as well. RRQ now looking for yet another booyah in the day. GOW left with 2 more players and it looks like the RRQ back to back. Woo!
Kita bakal lakuin yang terbaik terus lah buat Indonesia. Biar nggak Thailand terus yang goyang.
Denial now, Dutch Drogon in hand, but it is all over. But in a 4v1, the Vietnamese squad will crush Dutch and his hopes for the 5 beautiful booyahs back to back.
Do not give 5 booyah to that team again, my dear survivors.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show and welcome back to another day of Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Fall 2024, Day 2 and Week 2 of the knockout stage. And today we are going to witness which out of Group A and C is going to be getting that booyah in style. At your service, I am Neptune the Gentleman Garcia. Together with me is the one and only Gideon Q.
It's good to be back here, especially in day number 4. Considering how yesterday went, I think today is going to be a very big day for a lot of the teams who are looking to step above Group B. And Neptune, I mean, I can't be any more excited than I am now with what we are seeing thus far, with the map layouts that we've been having and the adaptations that have been happening over the past 4 days.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, a lot of changes has happened all throughout, especially with the drops. And we know that some teams are taking advantage of that knowledge. Hot drop sound teams. But speaking of knowledge, this is what we're knowledgeable about. Getting the prediction. Hopefully we get it right because there's some similarities, but I'm pretty sure the difference that we have here, Gideon, has some explanation.
Yes, it has a bit of an explanation. Of course, when we talk about Twisted Minds and as well as Buriram United BRU, as everybody knows, they are at the top of the list, right? I think there's no exception to that, other than the fact that the 3rd place could be anybody's game. And I think AEG is a really good example of this. And by the way, they're in Group A alongside with PE Sports, Buriram, Indostars, Attack All Around, and Vamos. But this is why I'm believing in Group C here. EVOS, Onyx, WAG, Twisted Minds, Heavy, and as well as BTR Delta. I personally think that BTR Delta, they're slept upon right now. And maybe it could just be me like, predicting for the following week like I did for EVOS Divine. But hey, this could be their moment.
I mean, no doubt about why you're cheering on BTR Delta, because they took down Team Falcons yesterday 6 times. And that is a lot of instances wherein Team Falcons could have taken a lot of points, but BTR just helped out RRQ to grab a few more points, leaving or clipping the wings out of Team Falcons. Thus, Indonesia is always in the top.
Yep, and I think that Indonesia can continue to rise, and they're so close in the overall standings to break all the way through. However, this begs the question, right? I think it begs the question to everybody. After yesterday seeing them attack Falcons that many times, are we going to see a very similar playstyle, maybe against Sonic, maybe even against WAG, who I'm suspecting that they might have a bit of a, head-to-head against them? It could be Twisted Minds, but I'm leaning a little bit more towards WAG.
Yeah, I mean, I'm giving the title to BTR as the Giant Slayer. They slayed the Team Falcons, and let's see who will be the Giants that they will be taking out this time. Would it be Twisted Mind? Would it be Buriram United? And also some of the teams that you mentioned earlier. It's just so much that they can do, especially when they can take down Team Falcons. It's just that they are taking advantage of a lot of elimination, but not so much in the placement, though. In that department, a balance is really crucial for this team.
Totally agree. But let's talk about the team stats here, specifically for Buriram United, right? Because if we're talking about top of the line, we haven't really seen Buriram come into their what they've been known for, which is ultra domination from early all the way till late. We haven't seen them do that just yet. But Wasana is like, don't worry, I mean, look at my numbers. I got it in the back pocket. When I feel like I want to inflate them, just give me the signal, coach.
All right, let's see if this is the instance or the time that Wasana will be popping off. But let's look at Evo's Divine. I mean, this team might not be showing up in the middle of the pack out of everyone in this group, and we have seen surprises coming from this team, especially from the last season in the spring, wherein they ended up a little bit high, even higher than Buriram United. There's a good comparison between these two teams, and it is Evo's Ray who has brought in a lot from that season, but not so much in this time.
I mean, this organization, they've definitely catered to some players who have gotten to some of the highest heights before, and they're trying to do it once again, right? And I think that overall, with the meta of how Free Fire has been thus, it's been a little difficult. Let's just say that it's been a little difficult to find your own footing, because the battles in styles, you gotta have an identity. And AG Global against WAG, two teams I personally think might just get targeted down by Bigatron Beta. We don't know yet, but let's look at the stats.
Yeah, I mean, the stats right here, it's more gearing towards AG Global, because in terms of how well they're playing, they're the ones in top of, like, in getting the most instance of top 3. Always on the final circle, 50% of the time out of the 12 games that they played, they're always in the top 3, compared to what we've seen in comparison of WAG. Yeah, not so high, but in terms of numbers, they are doing much better than AG.
I think personally, WAG, their biggest problem is like getting to that end game ring, right? Half the time, if they don't make it to that end game ring and survive round 4 or 5 of the circle closing in, then maybe they'll have a tougher time. But as expected, the game schedule for today, it's going to be Bermuda, then Purgatory, Alpine, Kalahari, Nextera, and then finally a random map to close things off. That's happening towards the later half of the day. But for now, Bermuda, the default map that everybody loves. You can't, if you say you hate it, I don't believe you.
Well, Bermuda is an OG map. A lot of teams, a lot of players has been used or grew up in this map overall. So there's a lot of tactics that has been shown already. Thus, there's so much difference. We've seen that yesterday on the map number 6. RRQ has missed that opportunity to grab 5 booyahs, and that is going back to the reminder of Yunsul, and it is Vietnam as well who brought them down, and thus they are the ones in the lead right here on this map. So it's a lot of change, a lot of opportunities for the teams right here to move up because of how well they know this map.
I totally agree. I think Group B definitely has their heavy hitters, like those big point nets as a team. But now we're looking at everybody else to not only catch up, but start to break away from their brackets. And what I'm talking about in terms of brackets is their overall standings, right? There is a very big difference between whoever's in the top 1 to 4, all the way down to where Bigatron Delta is, which is currently at, if I double check this correctly, 7th place. And that's what, a 40, maybe even 50 point differential between the two?
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge leap that they need, or that they can do for Bigatron Delta, because 3 spots above them is easy to reach, but above that, Team Falcons is like very far from Twisted Minds, and Twisted Minds is still playing today. So that lead will increase, and there's a good chance that they might be able to take that number 1 spot away from RRQ. But that was dependent if Buriram United will not be showing up this time, because look at that stats from Wasana and the entire team. He's the MVP for last season of FFWC, and then number 2 on FFWS 2023 in Thailand, and EWC number 4. Yes, number 4 is not that good, but we've seen how well they placed themselves to get to that point.
I mean, to be fair, EWC was a much shorter format, so those who start off well usually make it all the way to the end. And I mean, there was definitely some upsets there. I don't think everybody was expecting the results of EWC, but it looks like the players have finally finished their ping tests. They're going to be putting on their noise-canceling headsets before they start dropping into the map.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, how well will they be dropping this time? There's a lot of changes that can be done. Hot drops might be happening, especially if they have information. The last time we saw them, they already gathered all those drop spots, and there's a potential that Heavy and Team Vamos, like the Team Vamos, who the Malaysian team was currently at the bottom when it comes to Bermuda, between these two groups, might be meeting up. So it's a chance for Team Vamos to move away from Hangar and find their safe spot so that they can gather a few more points. Otherwise, they might be taken down a little bit too early, and it is a chance for Heavy and the rest of the team to move up.
I mean, we're hoping to see a lot of action at the very beginning of this game. Everybody knows it. Everybody loves it. The default OG map that we all grew up to learn and love. Give it up for Bermuda as our very first map to kick off today here. And now, I'm hoping that the flight path is going to be a little bit more skewed to the top, maybe even the bottom. You know, don't go through the map completely. We want to see the early lands, the early fights here at Bermuda.
Dude, I don't want to disappoint you, but we asked that so many times from the past, and it's Lady Luck is not being that gracious in terms of the flight path. But this is brought to you by Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, and every player is using this, and thus a lot of improvement is showing up in terms of the game. But you are right, it's a little bit geared towards the north of our map, but some parts or most parts are still accessible for the teams as we look at Bigatron Delta going in on Observatory. This is their drop that they had, and they're very close to Evo's Divine. They might be the next target of this team unless they move a little bit straight into the middle of the map.
Well, that's only if somebody decides to split up the team, one to cut Tulistiwa and the other to check up the other POY by Graveyard side. But let's have a look at AG for the time being, because they will have to take on WAG early on in Factory.
Yeah, and this is Sypha going for the hunt and a takedown against Cyrus. And 2 down already, though, from the team of AG Global. So it's quite balanced between these two teams. It's up to Sypha right now for him to go and push, but he will be taken down. Camel, though, did the right thing to get away, head in away from that. Even the revive flight will not be helping him for this point.
Yep, an attack all around here on the other side of the Bimasa Kati, man, Bismakati strike, man, I am gonna butcher so many names. I just know it. It's just gonna get worse from here on out. But AAA already finding a couple of knocks for themselves is great. Elimination points early on is always great for these teams, but then we are looking at how many other members are gonna be around. If McCrory can win this might open up a lot of options, but he's buying plenty of time as the last 3 members coming from attack all around, been true to their namesake, attack all around.
Yeah, I mean, they're attacking all around. It's a good thing that Vamos Raymil was able to pull out from that, and as well as Capizi going in for the revive. But again, this is what I asked for Team Vamos. I asked them to get away from Hangar, but not against attack all around, because they have a booyah in this tournament, and they don't want, we don't want to see them mess with that. But Raymil is still being taken down. The chase is on, and I guess the Arfan scan is working for them. So unfortunate for Team Vamos right now.
Yeah, unfortunate indeed. And honestly, unfortunate for a lot of the early fighting teams. You can definitely tell that it's skewed in one side's favor over the other just because of what weapons that they had on the first drop. But let's look at Evo's Define right now. They're going to be fighting on the bridge here against Twisted Minds on the opposite side. So far, 3v2, Diamond shot out of the sky, so now it's a full 4v3. I was wondering where Diamond was.
Yeah, and I was wondering where they're shooting at, and no, that is where Diamond is. The good thing, a pickup will be done. That is why the Falco pet is very important, so you will not be shooting out from the sky. But not everyone is using that. It's more of an Arbun to get that information, and Ray right now have information on Saming, but the gun down is not happening just yet.
They are well equipped. They got Trogons all across the board here. Diamond, he just got down. Does he have enough? No. Trogon easily knocking down 2 and gonna find the trade instantaneously, but that's gonna cause the all-in to happen, and it's not that great for their opponents because Evo's Divine are going to walk away with at least 3 eliminations. Put them in the 5.
Yeah, I mean, 1 remains for Twisted Mind, and I was expecting that Bigatron Delta is a team who will be hunting down Twisted Mind or probably Buriram United Esports, but it seems like another Indonesian team want to get a piece of that Giant Slayer title. But as we look into this game, Attack All Around just finished their match against Vamos, and Bigatron Delta is now moving in.
Yeah, they're just flooding right into the armory here. The rest of attack all around are split into two. BTR has the initial engagement, but they are losing more members than they are getting back. They've traded 1 for 1, 2 for 1 in a matter of fact, and it looks like their off-ground sniper is doing enough work as they push all the way in to win this fight entirely. That's really unfortunate for attack all around, but hey, you know, somebody's eventually gonna have to fall.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of questions probably why Kyung and Dix is really so aggressive is because of the Cassie. I mean, that help, that therapy, the ones that connecting them is more of a lifeline for them. The one of the players, it was Kyung, managed to be knocked down. But the moment that they went in for that rush, even with the glue wall, they still have the advantage because another player went in from behind. Good play for Bigatron Delta, definitely how they took down the Falcons yesterday.
Yeah, it just goes to show, man, resources, power, information is even more valuable. We're seeing the binoculars here coming out from BRU just to get a rough idea of where they need to go next. And so far, based off of this tournament, BRU has been playing generally quite passive. It's not like they've been, like, ultra dominating, like I mentioned at the beginning of the show, and they do quite like to rotate in pretty late. I'm expecting them only to start playing Inner Circle, what, round 4 or 5?
Mm-hmm. I mean, most of the time, like, Brim United Esports, halfway through, they are nowhere to be found. That is a similar tactic that we've seen from Team Falcons, but the aggressiveness, every time they find a squad, they just go in for the chase. This time, I think they're just trying out different tactics. They don't want to be the leader of the knockout stage. They want to be the leader of the finals. So they can use different tactics this time because we're talking about a lot of days to work on different styles, different play styles, different tactics overall. And I guess that's what Buriram United is doing right now. They ended week 1 a #1 spot, and I guess even with this, they can still end it for week 2.
Maybe they learned something from EWC. They probably learned it from Loud, of all teams. You know, getting into the circle was their specialty, and I think that BRU now really refining their overall strategies because for the longest time, they've had the biggest targets on their backs, and I have seen teams go out of their way completely once they're at the bottom of the league just to try and grief BRU.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, once you are on the top, you will be the target of a lot of teams. But we'll see if a lot of teams will be moving in because I'm seeing 5, if not 6 or 5 teams still outside of the blue. Though the first phase going into the second is not that hurtful, it's still important for you to save your resources, especially with the medkits and all that you can do so that you can survive before the battle happens on this phase number 2.
Well, speaking of battles, we're seeing Twisted Minds getting attacked by the rest of the Indo Stars. He finds a single knock. Can he secure the elimination? Doesn't find it just yet. Oh, wait. Is he running? Oh, he's running both marksman rifles here. Not too great at CQC. He cannot take too much damage back. Next Foxy, he's going to try his best. If he can knock down Aleem again, that'd be great. But 18 Deer is going to tell him no. Drop down Timer Russell real quick here just to win out this 1v1. Don't want to give too many knockdowns or even an elimination back over to the rest of the Twisted Minds.
It's a good thing the 18 Deer has a chrono on him, and when the time turner will block out any approach, the animation when he jumped in could have been his downfall, but the thing is, he's still going down because Sam Ming is in there, and to play, Raph will try to beat him down, but Liam, another one of, I would say, the toughest contender in this battle will be taken down. A 1v1 will happen unless a pickup will be done.
Cast the curse, cast the curse, cast the curse. Raph, he needs to pull this back. He needs to break the curse right now. We talk about Liam being the better competitor here to actually challenge the CQC. He's already out for the count. And now it's just Roz and Raph. Do they realize how many members are actually in this? They're going to use the binoculars to figure some stuff out here. But they're going to get the revive onto Lehman as well as 18 Deer. Siming is quite the competitor.
Yeah.
As expected.
Yeah, and different change in roles in terms of Saming. He is proficient in long range as a sniper of Twisted Mind, but let's see if he'll be able to survive. The vehicle saving it right now. Glue Wall saves both of them, and Raph backs away just in the nick of time, but HP is still going down.
Oh, they've already dropped the Riptide as well just to get rid of one blue wall. Hopefully the Trollgon's going to be enough, and it's going to be Raph who wins that out at the very end. Gets the trade because of the blue. He does enough damage. Nicely done to slow down the rest of the Indo Stars who are making it in outside of the ring. But wait, Buriram, they sniffed this out. They heard shots. Somebody's at Kotatua. They're going to be looking over it. They've got high ground advantage as well, and the Indo Stars, they know they're going to get peppered down so fast.
It's a good thing a revive has been done already before he is being gunned down. But this is Buriram United just being that patient team, really waiting for the battle to die down or the gunshot to die down before they jump in. And as you can see, within 10 seconds or 20 seconds, if they don't make that knock, then they just pull out. It's a good thing Moshi's that sniper and was able to take down Indo Stars, were players of Indo Stars, just in the nick of time before the blue closes in, and they're still onto the edge, onto peak.
Hey man, it's a great philosophy to live by. Don't let one kill ruin your whole game. You don't have to chase it. There's still plenty of people left on this map to farm later down the line, so it's about great positioning. We have AG currently in the blue, tanking it is Onyx. Wow, actually having the high ground on EVOS Divine, but at the same time doesn't have a lot of natural cover to work with here. Let's see how Onyx is going to approach the situation.
Yeah, one thing about the changes in meta right now is even if you have blue walls, Skylar can take it down that easily, and Onyx might be in trouble. Not only that, we have Twisted Mind who might be chasing them, and they will be pinched by two teams. So let's see who will be the passive team. They are heading into that tower where they have a little bit of cover so that they can play it safe.
Onyx have two options. Either they jump right past EVOS, or they go straight into the ring. And it looks like they're going straight into the ring here to play a very deep position and hunker down for as long as possible. But there's not a lot of... let me just have a quick look around on the map. Yeah, there's not a lot of natural cover to work around with the rest of the Indo Stars here at the strip, ready to turn on them. They are so close to each other, and they finally make contact. Zyru sees all four and panics quickly with the Riptide Rhythm as well, melting away the blue walls. They're going to start pushing the Indo Stars, trapped in a small house, and get shot out of the sky. Onyx responds perfectly to the Indo Stars, eliminating them at 11th place.
Great use of the FGL. I mean, that burned them. Put that little compound, made that as an oven for Indo Stars to cook, and Onyx Olympus just cooking them alive. But it's a good thing that the gunshots has been heard by EVOS Divine and from behind, from the low ground where AG is. Otherwise, Onyx Olympus might be gunning them down now, or will be gunned down by EVOS Divine. But Twisted Mind, another distraction that AG Global is working on, and Caramel on his side.
Oh no, Pugsy once again getting knocked and eliminated as well. Twisted Minds can just not regroup every single time they're getting picked off. This has got to be rather frustrating. Looks like one of their members is going to be on the outside of the blue, checking their backs, but also maybe to look for any kind of POI, any kind of resources to bring back their friend. But right now, AG on the outside, heavy, just south of them towards the western side, while EVOS Divine going to be hunkering down in their own building, making sure that both of these teams aren't going to have a fun time walking in.
Yeah, let's see if they will be able to move in against EVOS Divine. Onyx Olympus, I mean, it's a smart move for them to move into the middle. They were able to take down Indo Stars and take this center of the circle. But they might be the next target of the team, especially as they're fighting on Twisted Mind, and a lot of teams might have their eyes on them, but they're still safe for elimination on them. They're still moving a little bit on the higher ground for better vantage, but we're talking about 10 teams remaining, and we're in the 4th phase.
Yeah, this is pretty bad. Yeah, EVOS Divine making the smarter decision of actually porting out from the ring that pulled down towards the southern side. Being inside that ring is going to be pretty tough because you have to cover both the east and western sides where a majority of these teams are going to be looking to rotate in. And BRU, just great read overall, stayed outside of the ring for the most part of the game, but also avoiding a majority of the heavily contested zones. Now they get a free way to walk in.
It's a different face, a different side of Buriram United esports that we're looking at right now, being the passive, just staying away from the battle. But we have Bigatron Delta right now, who's chasing battle all around. Big Esports is their target, and probably WAG, once they move in together with the blue, they will be targeted as well. But Bigatron Delta is not doing that much headway in terms of elimination, and they are still trying their best, but they pull away just in time before the blue is closing in, and they will be eaten out. AG might be waiting for them.
They have to make a choice here, and their choice is to back away, but they're falling into the crosshairs of AG while their backs are getting pushed in by PE Sports, who want to get something back here. Do they have enough resources? It looks like they have plenty of medkits to hold on. BRU now starting to picking up the pace on the Western front, but looking at the... Oh, wait, hold on. PE actually pushing into Heavy at this point in time, and AG says, you know what? We'll leave BTR Delta all by themselves. We get a free rotate in as the all-in from PE and even BTR, who wants to get in on the mix with 6 eliminations on board, holding the low ground, the high ground, getting mated consistently with more resources in the bag. It's going to be time reversal, buy a little bit of time. Dix, he's down. Don't cry, trying to find the elimination of his own before he trades himself out against Kyung in the blue. But then we look at the rest of the teams here, right? AG, as well as Heavy, not exactly in the best position possible. Oh, no! Oh, the placement, just unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about the number of resources that they have, but unfortunately, none of those resources have prepared them to be on the blue and battle it out against PE Sports. We have 7 teams remaining right now, but the ones in the middle is Heavy. Good split for them. 1-3 split. V-Tan taking the back end so that they can have a vantage point from below and they can take down a few of the players from Onyx Olympus. Let's see how Evo's Divine Over respond on this battle against Buriram United.
Oh my god, Buriram, so smart! They split into 2 and 2, one to look to the northern side, the other to look at the southern. They have the full positioning of everybody on the map, and that Twisted Minds Nameless gets eliminated, and that's gonna put them at 5th. Currently 4 squads still remaining as we head on over to potentially the final ring here. We're gonna see who makes that first move. Riptide Rhythm coming in. Oh wait! Punishment here, but Glory is going to be the first to fall. Heavy is instantly behind them, and Avax finally goes down, but Duena ends up trading his life for it. They quickly take the elimination. That's Ebos in 4th place, now bringing it to 3 squads just left, as Heavy is putting many casualties on the side of BRU.
Yeah, but United had no choice unless they rush in towards that front. And WAG, the Ghost, going in, ramming all those glue walls. A good start. No Skylar needed for this. The Ghost is just making his way all across this small circle. And let's see if he can still survive as the Ghost of this battle. WAG, aggressiveness on their front. 2 Vietnamese team battling it out on a 4v4.
Well, they still have dashes available, but they're not going to go for the all-in just yet. Current win rate at 51% for Heavy against WAG at 49. They're going to start taking the space right now as the glue walls, and as well as the Ice Cream needs to slow down any types of rotations. They dash on through, going straight into CQC. Mini Uzis and shotguns already picked up, but with the Drogon on, he's got a deadly weapon in hand, and he's going to be working around the minions to get the work done. And it's going to be Ghost. He finds one, looking for an extra trade, but Cyrus jumps in the back. Even though he doesn't have a CQC weapon, but Artemis, he's going to be doing heavy lifting for the majority, but that's a booyah! 51%, a 1% difference for this Vietnamese squad. Give it up for Heavy.
Oh, they are not heavy at all. They just tanked everyone in that battle, especially in the final circle. And from what we've seen in that engagement, they are 4-man standing. The booyah will be taken in this day by Team Heavy, and we've seen them fail. And this is where most of the teams are really struggling. But this is the first booyah for the team, so I guess they will get this motivation, this momentum to move up a little bit higher.
Yeah, man, it just makes Artemis feel like, yes, I made the right decision coming over to Heavy. We're going to make this happen here. So a huge surge of points for Heavy is going to put them in a very good mood for today, but let's see if they can keep this up. Because from early game all the way until late game, we were seeing a couple of fights happen, but we didn't see the majority of them actually happen until we got to the 4th ring.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a good run for Heavy right now. The WAG is a contender to take this booyah at this point, but it's just a quick recovery, especially with V-Tan up close with that sniper and then still picking up a player while the battle is ongoing. That is something that is rarely seen in this engagement.
Yeah, I definitely thought that they had like a really good maneuver, right? They have somebody with a power-up, and everybody else is basically your minion at that point of time. If they eat bullets, that's good for you, but it's on like, again, the magazine size is quite a problem because it's so easy to just unload your gun and then you have to wait, and the whole team must play around those reload times. But I mean, for the most part, I think, unfortunately, for any of the teams who are playing on the outside, they might have stuck around for too long. I feel like some of these trades just might have not been worth it.
Yeah, I mean, they might be trying a few things while, like, just staying outside, playing with the blue before they jump into the battle, because we did talk about before the start of the game that everyone's so familiar in this map, and their rotation needs to be, I would say, unorthodox so that they will be able to end up on the final circle. But again, for WAG and Heavy, WAG did a number on Buriram United Esports while they are rushing in, but unfortunately for them, Heavy was just waiting out there for the final battle.
Yeah, no, I think that great positioning overall, and honestly, I do think that the like prime time location at that point, was up to those three teams. It could have been Twisted Minds, because even they had an opportunity to rotate in, but they were just taking like hits after hits after hits from early game, and then rotating later, having to do like 2 full revives within 2 rounds twice every single time the circle closes in. I think that maybe if the circle like pulled up towards the northern side, it could have changed things, but man, that southern side pull, it brought everybody into the funnel.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the drop is from the north, and then everyone is just heading out south, making it difficult, really, making it difficult for everyone to get a good position. We've seen how well the other teams played with that fifth phase of the circle, because no one was staying in the middle. Apart from the move that Onyx Olympus did, that is, I would say 50-50. Otherwise, like, they might have lost down against Indo Stars, but again, it's more of how they play it on the fly, and that is how these teams, the dynamics of Battle Royale is really working for Free Fire.
Do you? Oh man.
Susu, your MC today, and welcome to the interview after the match. Right next to me is Heavy Khabi. Xin chào Khabi, rất là lâu rồi mới được gặp Khabi ở trên phần phỏng vấn như thế này. Bạn có thể gửi lời chào đến các bạn khán giả được không ạ?
Xin chào tất cả mọi người đang xem livestream.
Congratulations on your booyah on the first match. You guys did a very good job. So, how do you feel right now after we having a very subtle week? Thì lời đầu tiên là Yusu xin được chúc mừng Khabi, bởi vì chúng ta đã có một chiếc booyah rất là giỏi ở trong trận đấu đầu tiên. Thì không biết là Khabi đang cảm thấy như thế nào sau khi chúng ta có một tuần thi đấu cũng như là một ngày thi đấu nó hơi không có một chút cao hứng cho lắm ạ?
Dạ, sau trận top 1 vừa rồi thì tụi em cảm thấy tự tin hơn.
After our first place top match, we feel more confident, but we know that we still have to try more so we can achieve a better achievement. So in the second questions, we are having our new member is Artemis. How do you feel about him, and have you guys getting used together in the game? Thì theo Yusu có thể thấy được rằng và chúng ta có một người đồng hành mới, đó chính là anh Artemis. Thì Khabi cảm thấy như nào về đồng đội mới của mình và mọi người đã thích nghi dần được với nhau ở trong game chưa?
Dạ, kiểu Artemis kiểu đã không thi đấu kiểu cũng một mùa rồi á, nên kiểu cái việc thích nghi nó cũng hơi khó khăn với bọn em, nhưng mà bọn em sẽ cố gắng hết mình để cải thiện.
So, as Khabi said, it has been a long time since Artemis going back to the professional players game. So it's kind of hard for them to getting used together, but they believe that the harder they try to play together, the better the result will be. That's a really nice answer from Khabi, actually. Then to our third questions, I've seen that you guys have a combat with Bigatron Delta Esport and also P Esport. So I think Bigatron Delta Esport is a very black horse team. Any thoughts about this team? Thì Khabi, hồi nãy là mình có thấy chúng ta có một cái trận giao tranh khá là căng thẳng giữa Bigatron Delta Esport của Indonesia và P Esport. Thì Khabi có cảm nhận như thế nào về cái đội tuyển mà nó đang được đánh giá là ngựa đen ở trong giải đấu của chúng ta ạ?
Em Việt Nam mãi đỉnh vậy.
Vietnam is no one can compare to us. So, cảm ơn Khabi rất là nhiều vì phần phỏng vấn này, và tất nhiên là mình nghĩ rằng với cái trận đấu đầu tiên mà được booyah thì chắc chắn là sẽ boost rất là nhiều tinh thần cho Heavy, nên là Yusu xin chúc Heavy và cũng như là các đội tuyển Việt Nam còn lại chúng ta sẽ giành lấy được thật nhiều chiến thắng nhé. Thank you so much for watching our interview. Goodbye and see you in the next game.
Thank you very much, Yoon Sul. And we just heard from Happy Heavy Kabi. That is the guy. I mean, he is just so happy right now with the booyah that they've taken. And I love how they work it out. I mean, from that final moment, we were expecting WAG, especially with how they played the final game from yesterday against RRQ. They grabbed the booyah in the final moment, but Heavy is moving up right now. Probably not that much, but this is a good start for them.
I mean, you heard from the man himself, as long as they keep focusing on playing as a team, then, you know, the overall macro sense of things, they will be able to finish out games no problem. But we also got another quote from them that they do believe that Bigatron Delta is, well, the Black Horse, which is a direct translation from Vietnamese to Dark Horse, right? So I think even amongst the competitive scene, people are recognizing that BTR could be a potential problem for them in the maybe not so far future.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it. We've seen how well they played. If it wasn't for the blue, if it wasn't for the zone, they could have survived and might have beaten down a lot. It can give them more of that placement point that we keep asking them, but that's not the case. They were just so aggressive, pretty much similar to what we've seen from Twisted Mind from the past. I mean, the aggressiveness, and probably they're just excited because this is the only season that they were able to join Free Fire World Series though. So really happy with the result.
Yeah, I can imagine that they are pretty happy with it. Let's give it up for our player MVP, and that's gonna be Than, man. He is, oh man, 5 eliminations, 2,400 damage, a single headshot, but the man is able to cover his team. Now, crazy thing is, in that last fight, he is hitting shots. It doesn't matter if he's knocking people down or not. He's putting some very relevant damage so that the rest of his fraggers, his rushers, can have easy, light work. A single tap from this man could knock you down, especially if you got a taste of Gabi or maybe even Hans's Trogon.
Yeah, I mean, forward composition of the characters though. I mean, I love Artemis using that Cassie, that basic therapy, that link, that healing bond that we keep seeing from the other teams. That's helping them a lot to go in for the rushes. But unfortunate for them, Artemis is not the one getting a lot of elimination. It's more of Than doing the same thing from a distance as a sniper. So it does help though for them to go in for the rush, get the information as well as initial damage before Than finish everyone off.
I mean, based off of their setup, it feels like it's a very push and pull type of position, right? You push in, get the information, see how many times that you get back down, move together, reset really, really quickly because of the setup, and then look for the big finish there. If you can like force your opponents to hunker down to let the bombers do their work.
Yeah, definitely. And as we look at the elimination leader, we are looking at Than right now in #1 spot with 5 elimination. That is from that game. But Wasani is not far behind with 4 elimination, with G'day with 4 as well. Jonah and Ekal with 3. So Buriram United has 2 on the list. But as we look, it's still Than who can help the rest of Vietnam, or if not just Heavy, to move up in the placement or elimination points.
Be a little upset about that. It's like, man, I could have gotten so many kills if I didn't have to get traded just before the second last ring. Like, come on. Why do we have to get pushed in like that? But that could change in our upcoming map, right? I think that for this upcoming map, where are you leaning towards to? Because if I'm thinking about them, I'm thinking about our key players. I'm thinking about, you know, Onyx Olympus, I'm thinking about AG, I'm thinking about maybe even Heavy might have a pretty decent round working with the momentum that they have.
Yeah, we'll have to see. So far from the past, we are still looking at Twisted Minds, Buriram United, and even Attack All Around, who might be leading on this Purgatory map. But it's still difficult to say, especially with the changes that we've seen from most of the team as we look in to the standings of that game, and we'll have a picture of how well the top teams are doing. Twisted Minds is in #6 right now, so and it goes to show, like what you just mentioned, what you just explained earlier, on how bad Twisted Mind is getting it on the revive and then being taken down. They need to do a little bit more.
I mean, I can't even blame them, to be fair. Like, when you say do more, does that mean take less fights? Don't be as obvious? Like, I don't feel like it's on them this time. I feel like maybe, yes, they could completely switch the mindset and go, let's say, you know what, we go hyper aggressive. I'm sick of losing members. If we're gonna lose members, we're gonna bring somebody along with us.
But the thing is, for Twisted Mind, from a past season, every interview, they say they don't care about placement point. And we are looking for that twisted mind that we love to see. Yes, in terms of elimination, they go in third against the 12 that Heavy as well as Borneo United had, or maybe fourth because we still have Evos with 7. But that's not that much compared to what we've seen the other days, the other week. There's like 12 elimination, a lot more in terms of elimination, getting to that 30 plus total points if you get the Booyah. And it's not showing up for Twisted Mind. But for Borneo United, though, they are still in play. Good in placement for this looks like second place, but I don't think they grabbed that second place. No, third place though. So they have third place, and they have 9 elimination, total of 17. They can still slowly move up, coming from the position that they had earlier.
Yep. For those of you just tuning in, that's why placement points is great, but having eliminations allow you to kind of like break the cap of the placement points and start honestly overtaking some of the big hitters, as long as you have a huge game for, well, this map or maybe even the upcoming map, which I'm excited for, right? Because based on what we're seeing in the overall point total, right, it gives us a rough idea of maybe the particular meta between these two groups, because I do feel a lot of it is very much play outer circle unless inner circle has like no natural cover, and a lot of thirding actually happening, which is why we see teams actually play a lot more passively in the first 3 rings.
Yeah, and that is dependent on the drops as well. I mean, we've seen them, especially in the specific map of Purgatory. Mode House is where Twisted Mind is dropping in this game, and this is why they're currently second in terms of this map, or rather, second to RRQ overall in terms of placement in this map, or number of number of points that they have. So it's more of them staying outside of the center of the entirety of the map, and then based on where the circle or each phase is going, they can just head into the edge. But it's very risky because a lot of teams is also looking at the same thing. It's basic battle royale, I would say.
Basic battle royale, the fundamentals, everybody's gonna need them. For our upcoming map, Purgatory, much larger map in comparison to Bermuda. There's a lot more rotational paths that you can actually take in an ever-changing landscape that's not as high as Kalahari, but good enough to get a very good reach across the map. And generally, based on how we've seen these teams playing, like those high points, right, those mountain ranges, those hilltops are going to be highly contested just to scope out the environment.
Yeah, looking at the maps right here, or the image of the map, we're seeing Bermuda with water, but Purgatory is where most of the final circle ends up in the water, so we're looking for that as well. I know we are being so tough because earlier you asked for a skewed flight path. Now I'm asking for a final circle, which is tough for everyone. But again, that is where we see the potential, or the good chance that we will see a potential of who will be number 1 in this tournament, of how well they can adapt in that situation.
If we are hoping for a really scuffed final circle, we're going to see teams get really creative. Because again, if you have a team that's scrambling around without much direction, that's when we see majority of the casualties actually pull up from. Now, RRQ and as well as Twisted Minds have done phenomenally on this map. BRU, because BRU, they're consistent, but let's make the comparison with the consistency with our current Booyah winners of today on our very first map. And we look to the player to head, and it's like Heavy's been having a really rough time, but eventually to get to at least a 2.0 elimination, it's going to be hard to catch up against someone like Wasana, who somehow, no matter the situation, is always going to be ending the game with at least 2 elims in his back pocket.
Yeah, I mean, the difference really is evident, especially with eliminations overall for the team. That's 100 plus for Borneo United, and not even up to 80 when we go into Heavy. So we'll have to find out how well they can move up that numbers for the side of Heavy as we move into Purgatory at this point, and we'll see if the flight path will be fair for everyone or will it be cruel, as that's what we love to see. I mean, the engagement, the struggles of the player on each map.
The true struggles here, a map of which life and death, there is only one in between, and it's going to be purgatory. As we start looking at the flight path here, let's see whether or not we get our wish. Is it going to be symmetrical? Is it going to be skewed? Only one way to find out here at the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 as we load right into it. And based off of the initial look, hopefully we get to see the overview of the map in just a little bit. A lot of teams dropping early.
Yeah. It looks like it is skewed. It's not to the north, though. It is to the south. And that makes it difficult for, I would say, one specific team. I did mention Twisted Mind going in for Moth House, and they will be pushed a little bit in the middle towards Fields, where in AG Global is normally dropping. So it will be a good battle for them to start with, but not so good in terms of, I would say, the looting phase, because a lot of players in the same area makes it difficult to get the best weapon.
Starting ring, going to be pulled straight to the center. Oh, what a shot! Oh, takes him out without much. Could he get a second one here? Drops the glue grenade straight away to protect himself. Turns around with the rest of Heavy, and talk about momentum. They are feeling themselves right now.
Oh, definitely. I mean, Artemis with that woodpecker and an early shot, and it's not even a long range, but he knows how to play it. And Heavy with 3 elimination already, 1 more left for Indo Stars. And what Heavy is doing right now is cutting the approach of anyone who's near this area to get to that revival platform. Unless they save up a lot of coins to go for the revive and the vending machine, that would be a good start for Liam to do. But with everyone from Heavy just hunting down the final player, it's not looking good for this team.
Yeah, they could probably, by process of elimination, figure it out, unless they've got some kind of util to scope them out, a UAV, a home, or anything to kind of give away this position to completely secure it. Let's look at the opposite side, right? Ray getting blasted down by Bart, looking over the rest of the hillside. And Ross, if he can just win this, that could be huge for him. But no! Ray, he actually wins it out. He sees Sypha as well, slowing him down. He needs to take this elimination quick. Where is the rest of his team members? It looks like he was sitting on this high top all by himself, by Malicia's side. And now the UAV to reveal the rest of the positions here. Arsenal only unlocks in 60 seconds, so everybody is just chilling for the time being. But it looks like the rest of the members are coming from the south side.
Good position for Evos, though, to split up. I mean, we were looking for the other players of Evos Divine, and Aim God is just in there waiting for the opportunity. Thus, he was able to take down the second player of AG Global. Now, he's on the hunt because of the UAV spotting stop. Now, with the hiding spot in this compound, it might be good for him, but no, it is attack all around, and knowing that it is not coming from their team, Evos Divine will be on their toes.
I mean, there's two lines of thought here. As much as we didn't see the rest of the EVOS members, they did get at least one revive here. Both of their revives, in a matter of fact, to actually play on the opposite side. But this is a POI that AG currently is looking at right now. And more so, Twisted Minds are actually not too far south. So if they keep on making noise like this could be a fast rotation from the rest of them.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they need to do. That is why we see a lot of teams, especially the top dogs, time themselves. If in 20 seconds, 30 seconds, nothing happened, then it's time to pull out. Not even a hunt is happening. They just get their next phase ready before they get into the fight. But it's not the same for Evos Divine. They're just that aggressive at this point because of the momentum that they have with Ray being revived. And it is a good chance that they can get away, but the hunt for Caramel is still happening. So I guess the Arvin scan might have happened for the rest of the team, and Caramel will be taken down. Shotgun gameplay coming from G'day.
Nicely done, nicely done. Gotta get as many of these freebies as possible, and it looks like Indo Stars have been eliminated here. That's so unfortunate, but coming back to this, right? EVOS, they're still scattered around, and P Esports notices them actually taking the harness all the way back up, the zip, and even Twisted Minds on the opposite end. Aim God is gonna get blasted down. Is PE gonna do something about it? They want the free loot. They want Aim God's loot.
Yeah, I mean, they did a number on a lot of teams, and PE Sports is just going and targeting a few of those players, a few of those stragglers, though. Arvenscan has been triggered, no one has been spotted, and PE Sports will be moving up to this compound. This is where they saw Evos Divine is heading, so I guess a good hunt might be happening for PE Sports, but like they have used their portal go already. They need to save up or probably loot up for a few more coins. But for LBT, I mean, he's quite rich with 1,400 on the coins.
Aim God gets revived just to get down by Xboxy. I mean, Ozzy, he knows how it feels getting shot out of the sky. At least he had enough respect to let him land before he takes him out, right?
I mean, it's just that Twisted Mind need to take over that compound. Despite of them dropping a little bit early away from Moat House, they need to take over, and that is their comfort spot. But for today, there's no comfort for him. M1887 will not work as a shot from Wangan from afar. I mean, the hunt is still happening. PE Sports trying to take down the White Tigers.
I'm trying to figure out what the White Tiger plan is so far. They've been running around as twos. They've been getting some revives, and they just keep on hitting POIs, reviving, and basically having the same game that Twisted Minds had just previously on Bermuda. But in the meantime, let's have a look at Central here, because again, this is one of the few islands connected to the mainland, and they have to be very worried about this one bridge that gets a lot of teams mixed up on how to play it. It's either you cross the bridge or you hold the bridge, one or the other.
Yeah, I mean, bridge camp is where a lot of teams fail and survive as well. But let's see if anyone will be holding that spot. It's easy for them to cross over though, because they have a zip line waiting for them. But as you can see on the minimap, a few of the players is already waiting, and that is attacked all around. And there goes the scan. Hans has been tagged by Buriram United Esports. Let's see if anyone else will try to jump in. It is BTR as well as attack all around.
What did I tell you? It's a full thirding party. Everybody is just waiting to take advantage of this. And BRU, I think they're just going to walk away. Yep, they're just going to walk away, focus on the rotation into the circle while attack all around, just looking for the victors of this fight, right? They even have Floki there to maximize their points, taking the roofs as well. Heavy, taking so much damage, the Riptides as well to melt it down. And BTR wasn't expecting this much resistance here, down by Central, especially at the edge of the blue. He drops down, Kota in the back, trying to create some space, looking for the next structure to hide back into. And Bukatron Delta getting a couple of revives down just to kind of eliminate the way that they are walking into this. There's just too much heat, and even the UAV to scout out the rest of the members of Heavy, they're going to start walking down, attack all around, have full position. They even find Koja as well. They don't let him get away. A beautiful third coming in from attack all around.
The thing is, Heavy is the target in that engagement, and Heavy is the one who managed to get away. They'll attack all around, though. Good plan to delay their push, knowing, or probably they might have spotted BTR from afar going in for the rush, but Hans right now is in trouble. Only a few HP, no recovery happening right now, and two will be chasing him down. Jump God and Limit. It might be the limit for them because of the blue, but they still have a good chance. 8 elimination. They want to make it to 9.
I mean, the blue can be tanked early on, so it's totally fine. But the real question is whether Hans has resources, and it looks like he does have a bit of resources. We're just going to try and flush him out from his last seen spot. Gotta check the upstairs, though. Looks out the shotgun, looking for any opportunity. Hops out of the window, and he actually wins that trade, surprisingly! And now Floki, he has to turn around. Limit, he's going to win this fight. If not, Jump God's going to go down. Jump God ends up dying. Ice Grenade, try and slow down Hans' position. He's about to get wrapped around here by Poon God. Hans, does he know? Puts one on top, his feet is exposed, and now he's forced to drop the next glue wall once again as Poon God is going to dash right into it to take him out. What an almost disastrous situation for attack all around.
I mean, 2 snipers going in for the pinch. I was hoping to see a close engagement with those sniper, AWM as well as a Woodpecker, but Trogon as well as AWM action from both sides. That is tough to beat even for Hans, who was able to go in for that one-man clutch in that engagement. But we still have 11 teams remaining. Only in the stars are the ones being eliminated. But as you can see from the side of our screen, a lot of teams are playing it with the blue.
Speaking of which, let's look at AG as well as Vamos right now. We haven't seen much from Vamos, maybe a knock here and there, but no real team wipes just yet. And it looks like AG has given up this compound, leaving Stop and Sypha behind just in case Vamos decide to get a little too angsty. Because we know that these Malaysian teams, they like to fight. They like to get into your face really quick as soon as they see that they have an advantage.
And one thing about Vamos, though, I mean, they started the week with so much aggressiveness, but it didn't work for them. So they're just trying a few of a passive approach, and they're just hanging back, not really showing up that much. And we know some of the players out there, they are the aggressive team from other teams, from other regions as well. But Buriram United, though, they are tanking the blue, but they have vehicles to get into the zone a little bit faster compared to what we've seen from Twisted Mind, and that might help them to gatekeep some of the players who's aiming to go in. But Evo's Divine will be the players, will be the team who will be waiting for them, but not so much of a fight.
Oh, that was so quick, so fast as well. Onyx as well as Twisted Mind's going to be leaping over into the ring here. Going to try to get shot out of the sky by Wasana. Doesn't find it. Now, EVOS, their entire plan completely shattered. They had a really good spread, just in case if anybody walks into the ring, their outside blue players can actually engage. But now, Megatron Delta taking the gatekeeping role away from BRU, and they recognize this, right? They've got the vehicles to try and head to the north side. They push away EVOS once more, the last remaining member who is in the ring. Now, we cut down to the southern side, Heavy and as well as Vamos.
Yeah, Guy PZ right now a little bit spam on those blue walls. I don't think they'll be using the Skylar or wasting the Skylar that easily. But the glue wall melters being thrown into the mix as well. I guess they just want to clear the area just to make sure that they have a good view, but not that because that they don't. They are trying to pull away and not to get too much attention onto themselves.
McGrory just going to be looking for Hans. Whew, not sure if he gets it. EVOS finding their own eliminations here, looking pretty good. Let's cut back to BRU right now. Currently against Megatron Delta, who's creeping up on their backs, but it looks like they might have bitten off more than they can chew here. Koja as well going down. That's going to be elimination. Dix is still holding on for the time being, but the rest of the BTR members, looks like they've got quite the split. Everybody's pretty split up.
Yeah, split up plus a vehicle to add to the mix. It will be chaotic later on. Bat attack all around right now, receiving a lot of chaos. Limit with his limits onto that revive as he tried to recover. Only 2 remain, and the push will not work for them. Cat Feezy with the Drogon against Folky, and Limit is trying to heal up. But I would say this phase of the circle might hurt him a little bit more.
Speaking of hurt, AG trying to put that hurt onto Vamos' side, pushing him out of position, even though they were the ones who were able to put some heavy casualties onto Heavy. Caramel not gonna let them get away with this for free. They've got the high ground, so they're gonna start nading them out, seeing if they can force a response out of Vamos' side. They see the next ring. 5th ring actually not too far away from them. Pull towards the eastern side of what we have of the map left.
Well, let's see how well they can play with this. They have 15 seconds, though, to move before the blue closes in. And I guess that is a time limit for them. But Vamos right now making their way. It's a good thing the personal launch pad is working for them. Only 1 will be casualty with the glue wall is not working, especially with Caramel on this nice penetration on the glue wall, making it difficult for Vamos to recover.
Yep, great eyes, great ears from Caramel as well, knowing that there is an attack all around member down by the low ground. That's why they're so stubborn. They don't want to give up this position. They know they have a free way to walk in the ring as soon as they clear out the rest of these members on the southern side. That way their backs are going to be open.
Now, speaking of open, out in the open is Buriram United, but they're the ones aggressive. Glue walls in play. No one's taking it out. No one's using the Skylar to take down that barricade that Buriram United has set up. But in front of them is Heavy. Thus, they use that portal code to get above the compound that PE Sport has. But Get High will be going down. There goes the Riptide Rhythm being thrown at them. And there's no opening right now for Buriram to get into the compound.
Everybody wants a piece of them. Even PE Sports as well, and they eliminate Buriram at 9th place straight away. Everybody had the same idea. Nobody gets into the ring for free. The phantom tax has been paid.
Yeah, and PE Sports being that aggressive team this time around, I guess it is time for them to really move up. They've been shown by WAG as well as Hua on how to play the game, and it's just up to them to remember why they get into EWC. 14 elimination, trying to beat down Heavy, but Heavy is a heavy hitter as well, making them a good chance to survive this battle.
Yeah, but this is costing heavy resources, right? In comparison to PE, who can just play within the structure that they have. They are just launching everything to find this elimination onto Heavy in 5th place. Great for PE Sports. A clean way to get into the ring. They have a WAG just east of them so far. But WAG, they've got other problems, right? And number one, it's going to have to deal with Onic on the southern side. They're trying to take them out at the same time. And it looks like they're even committing a couple of members to get in the mix to take out Gary. Stop Cypher as well as Baros looking to clear them out. They give up their position for it, but AG, they're wide out in the open. So little cover to play with.
Only hay bales that they can play with and not so much cover. Glue walls might save them at the moment, and PE Sports is doing just that. But as you can see, Trogon action coming from WAG, grenade as well as a split blitz being thrown at them just to make sure that good coverage on the glue wall melter will be laid by PE Sports. Portal go though to get away from this situation, and Alan managed to do so.
Oh, they're running out of glue walls here. The resources are being expanded. Caramel even getting a monster truck in the middle of that fight. WAG, they just gotta be patient. They gotta be patient because PE Sports is pushing into AG Global. And if they get, AG Global, they're just trying to get rid of the glue walls. It looks like they're the ones who have to tap out of the resources first. They have to commit as they are taking the ice grenades. It's not looking good as they're getting chipped away slowly. As Cypher getting in the mix, finally taking out one of the members of PE and taking over his position by the Haybell on top of those glue walls. Wait, I just saw Riptide Rhythm fly across the screen at this point. We're down to the last two teams. 59% for WAG with the momentum behind them. And AG is just going to have to show them that the W doesn't make any difference. They're global, baby.
Let's see if they can make or take this booyah. WAG though has more numbers in terms of the stats, the number of players right here, but stop right now will not be stopping. And there goes Alan to bounce it off, and Cyrus goes in for that time turner, but Cyrus will be taken down, but stop will be down as well. 1v1 X-Bore from afar. Cypher right now trying to go up the right line, saves Cyrus, and Cypher will be in trouble. WAG, this might be another win for Vietnam, and there you have it. Another Vietnamese region or team takes that booyah.
WAG, well done this map. It was heavy, and now WAG says, we're back, baby. Vietnam gonna be sitting on top of the world sooner or later. We just need time. Just need time to download all the information.
Oh my goodness. They were denied of that booyah from that game number 1. This time, they are asking for their chance to be in the number 1 spot, and they did grab it. Now let's see on how well the numbers will move them up into the rankings, because this is a good run for them. Though they are far from Twisted Minds in terms of the overall stats, but they're very close from the ones above them, and that was Team Falcons.
Yep. And they're doing well so far, but the question is whether or not that they can actually keep up this type of momentum, right? I think that's always the question we have whenever a team secures that very first booyah. It's not very often we get to see teams booyah multiple times in a row, especially with the league setting that we have right now, and plenty more days of competition to actually go here. So in the early game, I'm mostly curious, what were the decisions that were made that really made the difference coming in towards mid and late?
Yeah, apart from the drop and finding out if there's any potential engagement that will be happening, it's more of where the next phase will be heading. Again, we've seen a lot of teams going in outside of the blue, waiting for the next phase to come in or their chance to step in. But we also need to recognize how it is being placed. Even the final circle in this purgatory is quite out in the open, delaying some of the movement, some of the rotation of the team. And that's the one reason as well why Buriram United has been taken out of this game.
Yeah, somebody had to pay the tax, right? Nobody gets to sit on top of a roof when there's no natural cover for free. And even for Pete, oh man, that monster truck might have done a little bit more harm than it did good. But in these final moments, right, it definitely feels like whoever has pure control over the 4th and 5th ring can naturally force people, especially with the way that final circle was eventually going to pan out, right? With no natural cover, even if you're able to hunker down, it doesn't necessarily mean that you win the game. It means that you have a position to kind of push everybody else deeper into each other.
Definitely. I mean, that is one thing to really, I mean, one thing to love the dynamics of Battle Royale, but another thing is Horizon Line has been used that turned the table towards WAG. The pickup on himself, Cyrus, made it to a 1v2 situation. If that is not the case, it might be AG Global who will be getting that booyah, a 50-50 chance. But let's head over to the interview right now to see what WAG has to say on this game.
Hi everyone! So, we meet again. A second booyah for Vietnam teams. I'm really happy. Right next to me is WAG, the Ghost, our talented leader. Can you say hello to the audience please? Xin chào WAG, the Ghost. Bạn có thể gửi lời chào đến các bạn khán giả được không ạ?
Mình xin gửi lời chào đến tất cả các bạn đang theo dõi trên sóng Huyền Thoại Sinh Tồn ạ.
Well, congratulations on WAG having the first booyah of this week. It's really good combat of them, right? So moving on to our first questions. You have been sitting behind them for the first week. So the second week you decided to join the team. How's your feeling right now? And do you have any comments about your team? Thì The Ghost ơi, là mình có thấy là đội trưởng của chúng ta đã ngồi đằng sau để hỗ trợ cho đội tuyển của mình ở trong tuần thi đấu thứ nhất. Thì đến với tuần thi đấu thứ hai, lần này là The Ghost đã trở lại rồi, thì bạn cảm thấy như thế nào và có lời nào muốn dành cho đội tuyển của mình không ạ?
Ở tuần thi đấu thứ nhất thì mình ngồi ngoài với tư cách là dự bị, thì mình ngồi để coi chiến thuật cho team với lại coi giải đấu này nó nhiệt độ của nó như thế nào. Thì qua tuần 2 thì mình hiểu giải đấu này nó vận hành như thế nào và mình bắt đầu quay trở lại để cho team mình nó vào guồng hơn.
So the first week I decided to sleep out and sitting outside as a substitute so I can watch how my team works together and I want to feel the high intensity of the game. So after I understand everything in the game, I decided to come back in the second week and we are here, the second booyah for us. So the second questions. After you're getting back and you understand your team more, how do you feel about other teams, especially the Indonesian teams? Thì đối với cái tuần này thì các bạn đã quay trở lại và tất nhiên là đội của mình đã giành được booyah rồi. Thì không biết là bạn cảm thấy như thế nào về các đội tuyển, đặc biệt là đội tuyển Indo ạ?
Mình cảm thấy các đội tuyển Indo thi đấu khá là lên tay so với mùa trước. Còn các đội tuyển Thái thì mình dần bắt nhịp được với các đội tuyển Thái.
I feel like Indonesian teams, they are getting better more than the last seasons. And for Thai teams, I think we're getting used to the Thai's gameplay and we're kind of the same level as them right now. So congratulations on this booyah and I really hope that you guys can achieve more. Do you have any words you want to say to the viewers and especially to the WAG fans? Thì xin chúc mừng The Ghost cũng như WAG, các bạn đã giành được booyah. Và bạn có lời nào muốn gửi đến các bạn khán giả cũng như là đại gia đình WAG không ạ?
Mình xin gửi lời cảm ơn đến tất cả các bạn fan WAG vì đã luôn theo dõi chúng mình lúc chúng mình thất bại. Thì khi chúng mình có booyah hay top 1 thì chúng mình chia vui đến các bạn vậy thôi.
Thank you so much for always supporting us and never give up on us. And we know that when we have booyah, we will celebrate with you. Cảm ơn các bạn rất là nhiều vì đã theo dõi phần phỏng vấn của mình và WAG The Ghost. Mình rất là mong rằng là các đội tuyển Việt Nam sẽ giành được booyah thứ 3 ở trong trận đấu tiếp theo. Hẹn gặp lại ở những trận đấu lần sau nhé. Bye bye. Thank you so much for watching our interview. Let's meet again on the third game, okay? See ya.
Thanks once again, Yunsu. And yes, that gives us all the information we need. We were talking about downloading. We were talking about we need to get the information before we get into the game to bring it back home for Vietnam. And that's exactly what I wanted to hear from that interview.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's more of how the knockout stage is set up. I mean, the number of days that we have, there's plenty of time for them to get all this information, apply a few changes, and then perfect your gameplay or your game style all throughout up until you get the top 12. But again, there's this long run for them. Hopefully this team will be able to get a few more because we have a few more matches as well as number of days, so much of days for them to perfect their craft.
Yeah, no, plenty of days left to actually perfect their craft, and we've already concluded 2 maps already, and both of these maps going over to Vietnam looking really, really nice. Hopefully that's going to be you know, on the uptrend for this nation. Our player MVP, give it up for the sniper Xbor, absolutely crushing it this time. 2 headshots, 6 eliminations, working with that Skylar, making sure that he not only is relaying teams, but man, he is putting holes in them.
Oh, I mean, this just increased the number of elimination of X-Bar, but it still doesn't tie up to what Alan has offered all throughout. But with the Skylar that helps him out to clear out the area, plus the AWM on him, it's more of information, gameplay, and clear out battlefield. That is what he's varying in terms of that character. And the Susie helps as well because they can gather a few more coins, extra coins, every time they go in for that elimination. But as we look at the lineup, everyone, we are still seeing that Cassie. I guess that is becoming a trend, the new character Cassie, to give them a little bit of help in terms of healing.
Yeah, I think the Cassie tech is kind of interesting because it does allow you it affords you the capability of being aggressive and also being flexible by saying, hey, we can just walk away from this fight at any point of time. As long as we're not all in, then we can still make that decision whenever we want. That's why they're running 2 snipers here, 2 rushers, rather than having their traditional bomber to kind of clear up that space. They're just going to let the rushers do a majority of that work.
Yeah, it looks like Xbor did the majority of work in terms of sniper spot against the Ghost. No elimination for the Ghost though, but he did have his spotlight on the interview. As we look at the elimination leader in this game, even Xbor has been tied in with Limit, and that started with a 1v2 that we saw earlier in that game. But PE Sports, Wangan following them with 5 elimination, and AG Global Saifa as well as LBT from PE Sports. It's pretty much every team that ended up in that final circle apart from a tackle round.
Yep, a lot of the big hitters did not make it into these top spots, right? And when we look at the key players, obviously we got to talk about Limit X7. Like this man was going out of his way to get so many points for his team, like really making some aggressive moves, really living up to that namesake attack all around. But then we have to start talking about like WAG, Glue Wall Destroyer, Mr. Xbor himself, just absolutely destroying these walls to allow his rushers to get in. But let's talk about Onyx Olympus for a second, because right now they haven't been able to find their footing, and I thought maybe Purgatory was the map where they could actually catch up. Let's have a look at their current standings. 9th place, only coming out with 9 total points, a majority from placements, but they didn't get as many eliminations as we thought.
Yeah, it seems that they are not in best spot in the best timing as well. Every time we see Onyx Olympus, there's a lot of engagement happening, and they are not taking advantage of that even from afar. 2 eliminations in a game is not looking good compared to what we've seen other teams play. But as you can see, WAG had 24, and this moves them a little bit higher into the leaderboard, and this might be bringing them very next to Twisted Mind, who's still far in terms of difference, but in terms of placement, they're just 1 spot behind.
I mean, that's great to hear that they are catching up, that they're actually making it into that next bracket. It really goes to show, especially with the format that we have here for FFWS, that maybe it's not the plane, it's the pilot. It's always about the pilot these days. Because truly with the way that the meta has been working out, we have been seeing a lot of new tech, and I think especially for teams these days, where even for Onyx Olympus, we saw in the previous days, they were looking to play inner circle mid-game and then eventually expand outwards. Teams who are playing on the outer ring, if they have some really good reads like Buriram and as well as Twisted Minds, it feels like you can get like a top 6 position secured pretty safely.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing. Once everyone or most of the teams, most of the players make some changes on the rotation, it makes it difficult for the ones heading in to make adjustments. So let's look at a little bit of glimpse in the overall stats. RRQ is still number 1 because of the number of points it gathered out of that 4 booyahs. But Twisted Mind as well as WAG, I read it right. They're very, very close in terms of placement, but in terms of points, still very far.
Yeah, keep in mind that we have 3 groups currently involved right now, and we only see 2 of these groups play every single day in these 6 maps. So in the meantime, I think that, yes, they are catching up, but they are making sure that the point bracket is actually not too far away, right? I mean, as much as Twisted Minds is currently in 300, I was more worried for a majority of these teams that they wouldn't even be able to like break 200 if these top teams keep getting these high kill point games.
Yeah, I mean that's one thing that the other teams are making, and I'm talking about BTR. The chance that is being given by BTR, like taking down top dogs, taking down the Team Falcons, even Twisted Mind has felt the wrath of BTR. It gives other teams, even from other region, a chance to move up and gather a few more points. So we'll have to see how well will they be able to make it work. We've just ended 2 maps on this game. We still have 4 more, but before we go on, we have to go for a quick break, and Gideon and I will be returning after this.
Asia Legends will competing for the Free Fire World Series 2024 for trophy.
Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall will invite 18 teams from 4 regions.
We have 5 from Indonesia, 5 from Thailand. You know what? We have 5 handsome teams from Vietnam.
Oh no. Indonesian is better.
Everyone know that Thailand have the best player in the world. No, Vietnam still have the best handsome teams. And
3 from Malaysia.
They will compete head-to-head to win a share of the 300,000 USD prize pool.
And of course, Thailand will be the one who bring this prize back home. You know it, right? It's our country. Impossible for us. Get ready, Free Fire fans! The biggest event of Free Fire is back. The Southeast Asia Legends will competing for the Free Fire World Series 2024 Fall Trophy.
Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall will invite 18 teams from 4 regions.
We have 5 from Indonesia, 5 from Thailand. You know what? We have 5 handsome teams from Vietnam.
No. Indonesian is better.
Everyone knows that Thailand has the best player in the world. No, Vietnam still have the best handsome teams. And 3 from Malaysia.
They will compete head-to-head to win a share of the 300,000 USD prize pool.
And of course, Thailand will be the one who bring this prize back home. You know it, right? It's our country. Impossible for other region to win. No chance for you guys. Don't talk too much. Let's continue our announcement. Let's go. The tournaments will have 3 stages: knockout, point rush, and grand finals. Starting on 16 August 2024, 18 teams will be divided into 3 groups of 6 weeks.
They will compete in 18 match days across 6 weeks of knockout stage.
Oh, and a friendly reminder, do not give 5 booyah to that team again, my dear survivors.
Teams from 4 regions will be sorted into 3 pools to groups A, B, and C.
Each match day will feature 2 groups playing 6 matches in the following map order.
For map location will be Bermuda, Category, Alpine, Kalahari, Nextera, and the final map that will be randomly chosen each day to keep things unexpected.
At the end of the knockout stage, 6 teams will be eliminated, while 12 teams will move on to the next stage, Point Rush. Over 11 and 12 October 2024, they will play 12 high-stakes matches. No one gets eliminated, but every point counts. These crucial points will serve as a head start points, heading into the grand final stage. The grand final will be on 13 October 2024 in Surabaya, Indonesia.
Welcome back, everybody. If you're just tuning in, you're watching in the Free Fire World Series fall season of 2024 here in Southeast Asia. My name is Gideon Q, and of course, we also have the gentleman gamer himself, Neptune, here at the desk to crunch the numbers for y'all as we're about to head on into our very 3rd map and have hit the halfway mark of today. So far, what are your thoughts, Neptune? First 2 maps already done, Vietnam taking both of them.
I love how it's turning up. Yesterday it was Indonesia's spot, this time it's Vietnam, and it's not like we didn't expect this to happen because we've seen it happen for the final match, but we'll have to see how well can then they maintain the consistency. It might not be the same team overall, but we see how well WAG turned up on 2nd place in that map number 1 in Bermuda, but it was taken away by Heavy, and then number 2 they did manage to get spot on that final battle.
Now, I'm really curious to see whether or not these Vietnamese squads have they've downloaded Bermuda, they've downloaded Purgatory, the between Heaven and Hell, and then we have one step down into the Ring of Hell, which is Alpine. As you can tell, I don't like this map very much, but not as much as Kalahari. But Alpine is a completely different beast altogether.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's quite different. It's fairly new, similar to what we've seen on Nextera. That's why a lot of teams are being thrown off of this. But in terms of the mechanics, both of them are like Alpine is pretty much the same as Bermuda as well as Purgatory. It's a good thing that they moved up Alpine as a 3rd map compared to having Kalahari in between them, and because it gives the momentum to the other teams as well. And if we look at the stats, apart from RRQ who's not playing today, Bigatron Delta has a good chance to grab a booyah in this game.
Oh, for sure. Something about Alpine and these Indonesian squads seem to be going very well for them. We do see them like to dominate the side of the map, but we have other competitors. Let's look at our top 3 damage dealers right now, with Explorer currently sitting at top at number 1 and favorite weapon to use from all 3 of them is going to be the AWM.
We've seen this being used not only in long range but also up close and personal, especially with Sa Ming, and that is a good stuff for them. But it just gives to show that information really shows up as a crucial factor in Battle Royale, in Free Fire. Thus, the snipers usually get much of that damage against the other team. Not only that, they can take a lead in every approach of a team in terms of grabbing that booyah. But let's see who will be taking the booyah into this map. It's Alpine. Apart from being similar to Bermuda and Purgatory, a lot of teams are still having trouble from it.
A lot of teams are having some trouble, so hopefully they pick up more elimination points and get a higher placement in our very next map. After the in-between of Evan and Hell Purgatory, we're going straight to Alpine. We'll see whether or not these frosty tips are going to allow these players to show off everything that they have from the high ground as we start going into the map. Let's see how this is going to play out. And by the way, thank you to everybody watching, because again, it is sponsored by the Galaxy S24 Ultra, and well, you'll see the map trail in just a little bit. I'm guessing it's going to be nice and fine thanks to the Samsung Galaxy.
Yeah, it's nice and fine indeed. Compared to what we've seen earlier, though, that thrown up a lot of teams. But this time around, Bigatron Delta, a team that we are eyeing to be number one here, but they are hot dropping on WAG, the team who just grabbed Booyah earlier. And this was expected from the last match that they played. They dropped into Rivermouth, and this is not looking good for either teams because AG Global is also right behind them.
Yeah, let's see how long this engagement is going to take, right? Because we're expecting the third from AG in just a little bit. Once that first shot goes off, it's going to give plenty of information. Now both sides... Oh, actually, WAG having a split into two, while the rest of the BTR Delta members kind of trailed out in a straight line. Pretty linear line, but it's all just to make sure they have control over the POI on the north side of Rivermouth.
Yeah, and let's see if Alan will be able to spot anyone, but not a good weapon in terms of long range. That's why he's just waiting. Anyone who steps in his vicinity will be taken down with the Vector, and not so much of cover though, because the rest of the team is just looting up. The same goes for Bigatron Delta. On the other hand, we are seeing a battle in attack all arounds being attacked all around by different teams.
Yep, Indo Stars trying to push into their compound so far. They've already got a couple of decent trades, but they're able to revive their members back up. They find instantly a trade back and forth as attack all around Limit just dishing out so much damage. So very much damage. The Indo Stars still holding on strong. For the most part, they should be able to get on out of there, but the question is from which direction of this compound, right? Attack all around is just making sure that they cover as many angles as possible, with the revive point being outside towards the southeastern side of this compound. We'll see whether or not the loot is still good. Loki ends up getting gunned down by Roth. That's dangerous. Not enough util. Can't block them off with the glue walls just yet. A majority of it already used on the outside. The Tide Rhythm has been dropped. They have to win this engagement, and if not, Roth is going to be in a lot of trouble. He doesn't exactly have the best weapons in the world, as Neptune mentioned, but he's going to try his best. Ooh, quickly drop the glue wall while Liam is on the run. Roth, buy as much time as you need. Take as many people down. Your squad is coming back not too long.
Yeah, not too long, but again, he's a little bit broke with only 500 on Free Fire coins. Not so much that he can do to revive his teammates, because he just came back. He just came back and did manage to pick up a few more. Here comes the pocket market. Probably one will be brought back. But speaking of brought back, we are being brought back to Buriram United, who's not so much aggressive, but going against a Team Vamos who's doing the same thing.
Yeah, we'll see how the layup... I'm pretty sure I just saw a vehicle just drive in the background for half a second there. The arsenals are now open, and these are going to be highly contested points, especially by teams who are looking to arm themselves up with some better gear. It looks like Buriram United, once again, very early on, hunkering down on towards this view, but most importantly, just trying to make sure that they hold their position until the ring closes in entirely to make sure that their backs are opened.
Yeah, I mean, they are in a good spot right now. It's a good thing they pull away from Team Vamos because they don't want to be in anyone's crosshair just yet. They have been playing it safe. They're going for that passive game style, and let's see if that will work even more for them. But as we can see, we have PE Sports, who was so aggressive earlier. 1v1's happening against Aru and Wang An, but Wang An is receiving a few damage. Oh, Riptide really didn't reach that blue wall, but here comes Aru for the takedown, and the pinch did work for Onyx Olympus.
Nicely done. Onyx Olympus here by Basecamp already finding an elimination of their own. Currently at 2 eliminations so far on the board. We haven't seen a full squad wipe just yet, but it looks like information gathering is going to be key here. They've got to split. Maybe they're looking for some more vehicles before they make this rotate.
Yeah, I mean, this might not be the aggressive game that we are expecting. A lot of teams are spread out in terms of that drop, and only a few engagement is happening apart from the early battles that we saw where one team was almost eliminated. But as we can see right now, everyone's just heading. Earlier, we saw Buriram United from Ocean View and the edge of the circle. This time on Railroads, same goes for Twisted Minds. They're thinking the same thing. So I don't think we'll see more of engagement up until the third, if not the fourth phase of the circle.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of space on this map, but let's look at Heavy currently on the run from EVOS Divine, who seems to be holding them out of the blue. Do they want to chase? Probably not at this point. They could look to cut them off later down the line, unless they've got information on the other hand. But Heavy going to be heading straight to the western side of the map, playing at the very edge of it, in a matter of fact. It's a decent way to go, considering that they can actually tank the blue, but that would mean that they would end up towards closer to the northwestern side of the map. Wait, hold on. Onyx and as well as PE, don't cry, very nearby each other. Let's see whether or not the blue is going to give away his position. A single audio cue would be enough. Kiba is going to check. He turns the corner. Does he win this out? Yes, he does. Oh, the Trogon difference here, making all the best stuff work out.
Yeah, Kiba, really good hunt for him. And don't cry, though. He's still not out of this game just yet. There's still a possibility of a revive. But earlier, we were seeing a team just heading in to, or coming from, or heading towards Ocean View, where we last saw Buriram United. So that's a possible engagement. Onyx Olympus, though, onto the dock. So this is the west side of the entirety of the map. And we'll have to find out if they will be able to survive, or will they meet a different team, similar to what we were seeing to Buriram United as well as Indostars.
Yeah, I thought Buriram United were the ones looking to actually find a position, but Jonah ends up going down to 18 deer. That is going to be a big loss for them, and I think this is where BRU are going to call it quits. They're like, okay, there is no need to fight for this POI. There's still plenty of space on the map. Losing one member is not the biggest of deals, but if we keep chain dying, that's going to cause us more problems than it will do good.
Yeah, Snowfall is their, I would say, their position, Buriram United's position in this map. Most of the time, that is where they drop. Earlier, they just drop in a little bit south of this area, and they just want to get to that comfortability of getting all the loot. But Indostars is thinking about the same thing. Now, with Wasana being taken out, will be revived in a bit, though. They need to move closer into the next zone. We are seeing Indostars taking a lot of damage, and they just came back from the revive as well, and they don't have that much of resources to play with.
Well, EVO's gonna try and put as much damage as they can into the currently rotating Heavy, and even Aim God patrolling the top side, using the nades, make sure they can blow them up as fast as possible. Riptide Rhythm being launched. Doesn't find the connection just yet. This top side, eventually they're going to have to go down. They found their first initial pick. They got one into half, and they find both of them straight away, knocking them down. A good port here for the side of EVOS, just to try and cut off Heavy from getting anywhere further. If they can get the full squad wipe, that would be ideal. Aimgod going to turn the corner, does find Hans instantaneously, and that should be it there. End of that engagement coming in from EVOS Divine.
Hans once again, M1887 takedown, but no finisher happening. That is just unfortunate for that guy, but EVOS Divine managed to grab 5 elimination. Though they are outside of the blue, it's very near though. Not only that, they might meet up with Buriram United, who's just waiting. And as we look at this perspective, BRU is just on the edge of that river, who might be meeting Team Vamos if they move up a little bit more.
To be fair, I think that BRU heard the shots earlier, and the fact that they're fighting outside of the ring does give them plenty of information about what's going on this side of the map, right? Because if they expected somebody coming from the western side, they probably would have already met them. So they're clearing it out bit by bit, and now we cut back over to AG versus Onyx right now. Now, Onyx have a 2-2 setup so far, 2 in the back, 2 in the up front, making sure that AG can't take cover in the natural structures and buildings of the trailers just ahead of them.
Yeah, Caramel right now in a 1-3 split. He's the one far away from the rest of the team. As a sniper, that's a crucial position to take, and he have a vending machine to work with as well to loot a little bit more as they head to Rirai, taking a very different approach compared to what we've seen for AG Global. Most of the time, once they spot an enemy, even from afar, they're already going in for that elimination, especially with Dew, as well as a few more of them taking more Caramel on the snipes. But no, they want to play it safe right now, understanding that 12 teams and the second phase of the circle is not one that you want to get any attention from.
Speaking of which, speaking of attention, attack all around, despite having a pretty decent start here, now with BTR in their neighboring homes, with Vamos not too far away, and AG coming in from the blue, this might be a pretty hot spot in just a little bit once that blue completely circles in. The next ring has been predetermined here, third ring of the game, and oh my god, they're so much closer than I thought.
Yeah, very, very close indeed. And BTR will not be playing this aggressive because of the position they have, though Portal Go will save the tackle around from all that hustle so that they can move away a little bit. I guess they spotted Team Vamos as well, but they are just playing it safe. Only one moves in to get information, and the rest of the gang will be moving in. But as they BE Sports flying around, I guess that is the launch pod while helping them.
Oh no, did they not spot it out? They saw the edge of people's feet coming down from the sky, and now the full fight is actually going to start breaking out between Attack All Around and PE. PE has forced them outside of the structure, but the question remains whether or not... Oh wait, taking the high ground here on this part of the map. We'll cut back to them in just a little bit as EVOS having a lot of troubles with BRU bulldozing through as they want to get into the blue. They realize that Aim God is actually still around. Get High is there to cover their flanks, and Wasana needs to turn this corner as soon as possible to help his brother out. If not, Aim God might actually just win this 1v1. Get High buying a lot of time as Wasana has gotten in on this and taken him out. That means their backs are completely clear with one remaining member from EVOS at Forest Red, who's looking to either slow them down with the remaining member alive to actually get the revives, or at the very least try to make sure that BRU don't get away with this.
Yeah, let's see if they'll be able to find good day at this point. But United not really phased, and there goes a trigger coming from Get High. Let's see if they'll be able to go in for that push. Again, backing away. They don't want to be always be in a disadvantage at this point. They want to go into the blue before they go for the engagement, and that's a smart move for this team.
Yeah, and WAG as well as Heavy on the north. Heavy on the north. WAG on the south having to deal with Vamos and BRU. They notice something's going down on that bottom side, so they quickly make their way up to the tents up north. They find the first member of Heavy, Riptide Rhythm as well, to make sure that he doesn't have any time to respond to this, as EVOS Divine heading even further north, launching himself to find a better position. But let's cut back to this important fight here between Vamos and as well as WAG. Vamos, they've got this rock to play around. They're dropping down the glue melters just to make sure that WAG doesn't have an easy way of walking into that ring, but just past them. Just past them. The TP's coming into WAG, into BTR Delta. They're pinched. This is not a great position for them, and WAG gets eliminated at 12 spot. Wrong place, wrong time.
Wrong place, wrong time, and Team Vamos being denied of those elimination. BTR is just so lucky in that situation, but Kyong not so much, as he will be taken down. Heading over to a different team, Onyx Olympus right now, dying out of this engagement against AG Global. Sypha with a good jump, with a few HP right now, not risking it with that blue. Barros will not be picked up though, but Jack and Zyro making his way just to make sure that they have more manpower to take down AG Global.
Yep, and this is going to force the last member of AG Global to head down towards the southern side. The northeastern side of this map is conquered by Onyx Olympus. This is starting to look pretty good for them, but looking at this final ring, they're going to have to really identify natural structures that they can play behind. Cut back to Twisted Minds and the Indo Stars right now. With BRU looking over them. This is not a great position. They're playing from the low ground, and Twisted Minds are just trying to buy a little bit of time before they hop on over with Xboxy to try and hold this top bunk. It's not looking good, especially since the Indo Stars getting peppered down. Artemis also somehow in the mix ends up going down. The grenade launcher coming up from Xboxy just to slow down, but not enough work to actually get the Indo Stars away from underneath them. The slow grenade, the ice grenade, gonna do some decent work here as the rest of the members of Twisted Minds are trying to flush them out of their low ground without taking too much damage from heavy or attack all around. Looking at them from the southern side, they finally, oh wait, almost ends up dying here. A majority of teams ends up being eliminated all in one swoop, and BRU just farming them from afar.
And that is a risk, really. Once you have 12 or 10 teams on the fourth phase of the circle going to the fifth, a lot of elimination will be happening, and those stars might not be surviving this. It's not looking good for them. Surprisingly, Twisted Mind, despite of them being taken by the blue, little by little, they still managed to survive with a few more players. But here comes Onyx Olympus trying to jump in. Jack did jump in earlier, as we saw, but Twisted Minds will be eliminated. Indo Stars is a team that survived from that encounter. And look who's waiting. Borellium United on the left and Bigatron Delta on the right. It's not looking good for the rest.
Wait, is BTR sending it? I just saw them throw a UAV out towards the right side here, so they know about Indo Stars and as well as Jack from Onyx Olympus. They're great knock from them as BTR playing towards this right side, taking as many stragglers as possible, even dashing forward to hold this Rock's position. Honestly, I wouldn't say this is a god spot until BRU coming in from the back, Riptide Rhythm as well to push away Bigatron Delta from their Rock position. A great opportunity capitalized. Moshi does go down. Doesn't mean that he's out of the fight just yet. He's going to be brought back up to his feet as Wasana is already punching a hole straight through the last remaining members with a 63 win chance, now dropping down to 57 as they drop a member. BTR as well as Attack All Around have to work together if they want to have a top 1 or 2 finish here, but it doesn't matter. Wasana, he is going to dash forward, the portal taken, and even the Observer is trying to figure out where to let me go. He takes the portal out of there, trying to buy as much time as possible, and all the while, Limit is like, that's totally fine with me, baby. Top 2 secured.
Top 2 secured indeed, and Borellium United finally showing up. I love the play that they did there, knowing that the movement will be towards the center of the circle. They pull up a portal, went in for behind, even leaving one from the team of Borellium United. Just make sure that they have good information. It's just unfortunate for Moshi. He has been taken out. He might have damaged a few more, probably ended it on Limit's side even before that portal go has been pulled out. But Borellium United, finally a booyah for the team, a team who is being waited by a lot of fans out there to grab this game.
I'm not sure how many elimination points they actually got because they were farming pretty heavily towards that final ring. A lot of eliminated squads because of them. So I'm curious to see what their final stat is going to be at the end of the day. Oh man, Joanna is still getting some really good shots overall. But yeah, I think that BRU, they made all the correct decisions. Hopefully we get to see that final moment where they actually flank BTR Beta. BTR Delta in that position. It was such a good idea because number one, they saw BTR throw the UAV and they're playing based off of the information. If they are taking such an aggressive angle, that means they have some kind of guarantee and their backs are completely fine. So they go for this big flank and it all works out because nobody could respond in time.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that is just what Borellium United has been waiting to pull up right here. They don't want to be pushed down all throughout that leaderboard. Again, the goal for Borellium United, on my assumption, is by the end of the week, they're still on that #1 spot. Even if they slow down from yesterday, they want to take a lot of points right now. But it's quite tough, especially with the lead that the other teams, RRQ and Twisted Mind, has pulled up from day #1 and all throughout the rest of the game, because Borellium United just slept through some of the match.
I mean, even Twisted Minds got so many, got into the hottest part of the ring, right? And I think that's where BRU, their overall playstyle throughout this league so far, again, as you mentioned before, it is passive, but it's working out really, really well, considering that this particular group's meta seems to be very much around playing on the outer sides of the ring and then looking to third a majority of their opponents.
Yeah, it does look like they are trying something new. That's the slowdown in terms of performance. But what is new for Borneo United is pretty much the same, or it's old for the other teams. They're just going back to basics and finding out how can they outplay the other team so that once finals comes, the final game comes, they will be able to get the #1 spot. They have been denied so many times because of them showing up so many of their new tactics, or I would say their aggressive tactics all the way out the knockout stage. And this time, passiveness really worked for them. A great balance of placement point as well as elimination is working for Borneo United. No surprise if they are #3 right now.
I think, their coach has been doing them real good work, right? Being able to play like this really goes to show that in these longer types of formats, the consistency is always key. BRU can achieve that no problem, right? And especially since the meta has, well, I wouldn't say the meta per se, but I do think that a lot of other regions and teams have gotten better. BRU can't just like mosey on their way 1v like 4 different squads and kill everybody in that area. They can't do that no more.
Definitely. I mean, this is one thing that we need to find out right now. But let's head over to the interview for Borneo United. So let's bring it over to our host and the team.
Hi guys, did you miss the interview from Thailand? I think so. You're gonna miss us. And here with us, Moshi from Borneo United Esports. Yay! What did you do? ทำอะไรอะ
Thank you.
ขยันพูดซะด้วย Okay, the first question. Do you want to say anything to the Indonesian team? Because yesterday it was a great day for Indonesian team. It was the first time they got 5 booyer, like the first time, you know.
ถามว่ามีอะไรอยากพูดกับทีมอินโดไหมเพราะเมื่อวานเขาได้5บูย่าครั้งแรก
Amazing, so crazy.
I don't know. He already speak in English ก็ให้น้องๆในไทยไงยายชิบอกว่าโอ้โหยอดเลยแบบโอ้โหบ้าไปแล้วอินโดทำได้ขนาดนี้
ได้
พอไทย
Yes.
Does that?
Yep.
Anything else?
Yep.
Okay. Do you have any advice for the fans, like the one who want to be in this career, like you?
มีคำแนะนำให้แฟนๆไหมสำหรับคนที่อยากเป็นโปรเพลเยอร์เหมือนชี
ผมมีคำคมมาให้ครับ
Okay, he got some quote.
น้ำมันที่ไม่ร้อนทอดยังไงก็ไม่สุกความพยายามที่ไม่สุดทำยังไงก็ไม่สำเร็จ
Oh, that's cool.
ก๊อปมา
It's quite hard to translate to English, but the point of what he wanna say is that if there is a will, there is a way.
Sure? I think you can translate that. Why?
That's the best that I can
why
do.
should you try? Give it a try. Give it a shot.
น้ำมันที่ไม่ทอดอะไรนะ
น้ำมันที่ไม่ร้อนทอด
The
ยังไงก็
oil
ไม่
that
สุก
doesn't hot cannot cook. Something like that.
Okay, go on. Go on. Oh.
ทอดยังไงก็ไม่สุกส่วนความพยายามที่ไม่สุดทำไงก็ไม่สำเร็จ
If you not try hard enough, you will not be successful.
That's what she say. If you want anything so serious or formal information from Moshi, I think you should be disappointed. No hope for you. Okay. Anything you want to say to other regions or other opponents?
มีอะไรอยากฝากถึงลีเจียนอื่นแบบคู่แข่งเราไหมคะ
ครับโทษครับเก่งมากทีมทุกทีมเก่งขึ้นมากจริงผมต้องยอมรับครับ
Yeah, okay. Every team and other region are very good. They improve very well.
Okay. So last thing, I have my special message to all the casters in Indonesia. We are gonna come back. Are you ready for us? Actually, first nothing to say much because action speaks louder than words. Let's see in the next game. Back to you, Shoutcaster.
Terima kasih.
I mean, there's a lot of wise words being thrown out there. I mean, it's true. It's true. I mean, if you want something really bad, you need to work hard for it, and they are working hard for that as well. Not quite sure about that look. What is that look for?
I'm trying to figure out how she knew that we were all in Indonesia already. Like, how did they figure it out? I didn't disclose that information, but hey, I totally get where you're coming from here, right? Again, with a team that's already doing this well, considering playing the sleeper agent, just taking it chill and then only wake up when necessary to find these points. I think it's a very good idea, And I think with especially with his quotes, if you're not hot, you better start cooking. I think it says a lot considering that this team has dominated for a very long time.
Yeah, I mean, they are dominating the knockout stage, being denied of the grand finals and the championship most of the time. There's still a lot of hard work for this team. But let's head over. It is Moshi, our MVP. Wow, 9 elimination. And that is from a guy who has been taken out on that final circle. If he was not taken out, that could have been all of his kill. That would have been all of his elimination overall.
Yep, I mean, the man is making sure that he is hurting anybody who is in his line of sight. 2 things you need to remember him by, right? Too easy to play this game, and he's scoring these points for Yuki.
All right, so it does say this is our map, but I doubt that the next map would be their map based on the numbers that we have. But know your place, and not towards the opponent, but towards Wasana. So let's see how well Wasana will respond to this, because looking at the numbers right now, Wasana is not doing so much in terms of numbers.
Hey man, you saw the hand gesture there. He's talking about his height right now, not his stats. This is outside of the game, something that BRU are very, again, this team is very close to each other. They're very good friends. But most importantly, when we look at the elim leaders, it just goes to show that a majority of these elim leaders are going to be leaning more towards the snipers of this game, considering how wide this map is. And more importantly, I think teams who are able to punish rotations definitely got away with a lot more elims.
Yeah, I mean, for Borneo United, I was wondering if they're really worried on how they're performing so far in this season of FFWS SEA. But this is the most instance that this is the time that I'm seeing Wasana smile the most all throughout the number of competition that we've seen him through. So I guess they have everything planned out. There's nothing to worry, especially for those Borneo United fans out there. But as we look at the key players, Limit really provided a lot in terms of damage, especially in most cases that he is being taken down last. He still takes out or knock down his opponents up close.
He's great at gunfighting, right? I think there's no argument there at that point. It's good to see that Artemis is also still making it into the statistics, but even for Moshi as well, the fact that he's got 33 glue walls destroyed begs the question: how many people dropped their glue walls for him to break? What exactly happened in those final moments? But as expected, BRU coming up with a 31 bomb in total points here, sitting at first place with attack all around at 20. Honestly, not too bad for the top 4 squads.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they have put in a lot in terms of elimination, but Borneo United Esports, this might be very, very high, but it still have a record to beat, which has been brought in by Bigatron Delta. But so far, Bigatron Delta is still performing, probably not in top 3, but 4th spot right now is still good enough. 8 elimination and 8 on the placement. So top 3 in terms of that map, but elimination is just so much more for Onyx Olympus, which I love to see. Onyx Olympus right now is slowly moving up, coming from just below everyone else, slowly getting into that 9th place.
Yep. I mean, let's look at the overall standings, right? They take 9th place, and above them is going to be EVOS AG at 7th, and then we do start to see that BTR actually breaking into that 5th spot, but are trying to close the distance between them and WAG. Currently, that is going to be 21 points worth of difference. One good game from BTR and a bad game from WAG, we could see a shift in placements.
Yeah, look at the numbers right now, and we're looking at Group A and C. So AG Global, EVOS, as well as Onyx. Let's include Hua Esports. Very, very close in terms of numbers. Just unfortunate that Hua will not be playing right now. They might be able to move up a little bit, but for the three teams, AG Global, EVOS, as well as Onyx, let's include. Well, let's not include Team Falcons because they won't be moving on in terms of numbers, but the three teams will be moving up, especially with the way they're playing right now.
Now, I'm curious to ask, if you are in EVOS's or Onyx position, how many points by the end of the day are you looking to have between yourself and as well as a team like Falcon, for an example, right? How many points above them before you start to feel comfortable? And by the way, they are currently at 219 points from the side of Falcon, right? Because again, technically they're the team to beat.
Well, if we're talking about Falcons, I don't think there's any numbers that can be comfortable to, like, even in the lead. Because if Falcons right now, they might not be showing up. It's because some or most instances, they are trying new things. It happened last season where in Coscu is going in for a sniper. He's a close range, close range, a guy who really takes down everyone else in the CQC. But he took out the sniper. He tried to use that. Thus, they were put down. And we were thinking it's because of change of the organization from CGG onto the Team Falcons, but no, it's because they want to prepare themselves for every situation. Thus, they managed to grab that championship from previous season. The same goes for EWC.
Yeah, I was going to bring up EWC because, again, I think nobody was expecting the way that it played out at the very end. So I get your sentiment about where this team is currently at, that you don't know when they're going to pop off, and there's no amount of points that's going to make you comfortable. But yeah. I think especially with the format that we have, right? First, it's just about securing a point, not a point, but a place in that point rush, and then eventually working off of that. And I think, considering that we still have a good amount of days just left, I'm more excited to see teams actually adapt even further, right? Right now, it's currently play outside a circle, look for these thirds. When are we going to go back to that aggressive side? Maybe. I don't think it's going to be here in this map of Kalahari. I hate this map the most, but it just goes to show that we eventually need a team who is headstrong and it's like, you know what? We need to take a gunfight right now. If not, we're in it to lose.
If they get the clue. If they get the clue that a lot of teams are just going in for the passive approach, like they might start heading into the middle of this circle and then just getting in on I would say, elimination spree all throughout. Because once you are in a good vantage point, especially in Kalahari, it's a good spot for you to use a sniper, spot them from afar, get information on how they're rotating, and then prepare yourself. But not a lot of teams is pulling this off because of a few changes into the meta. We have the portal go, we have the hook gun that has been introduced, so high ground is not that high anymore.
Yep, high ground is not as advantageous as some people may believe. It might even, honestly, as we saw from Buriram United in map number 2, high ground could technically get you killed as well if everybody's looking at you. But coming into Kalahari, I don't know, what are your hopes for this map, right? We've seen a couple of maps where the end ring has been pretty barren, right? Not a lot of natural structures to work with. But Kalahari, it could be different. We expect it to be barren, but there's definitely certain spots on the map where there's just way too many natural structures, way too many verticals to worry about.
Yeah, I mean, barren lands, there's no place than Kalahari. That's just not so much of a nature in this, but a lot of industrial cover that can be used, especially with high grounds, with platforms that's being used. You can be in the final circle, not meeting each other because above and below there will be teams. So there's a lot of surprises that might be happening right here in Kalahari, and I'd love to see those surprises. The question is, who will bring it on? A lot of hot drops might be happening, and we're not talking about how Buriram United will be going in head-on in the early parts of this game. It's more of Bigatron Delta who might be meeting the ones at the bottom in this game, which is PE Sports, as well as Vamos, a team who's not working that much, going against Attack All Around, who's playing so well this time around.
Well, the truth is, how many teams can you farm here at the bottom pits of hell? And if you think that Kalahari is hot, well, guess what? The Galaxy S24 Ultra is here to cool you down, making sure that you have plenty of battery life, but also a vapor chamber to make sure that you can keep on playing despite the heat. And, I think this is the most skewed flight path we've seen throughout today.
I love this. I would say I love the pattern that's showing right now. I'm not quite sure if it's you or a combination of you and me, but I love how well the flight path is being skewed because it gives us so much of the engagement, not so much of a proper drop coming in. Thus, Team Vamos is going in for the fight against Indo Stars, but they are winning though. 4 men alive and a little bit more in terms of the gunfight. Indo Stars though, not looking good for them.
This could be a really huge fight, as a matter of fact. Like Vamos, they are making sure that everybody knows that they are here, that they have dominated the refinery. Everybody else has to move away. If not, they're going to take damage. PE, on the other hand, trying to do the same thing against attack all around. Here in Old Hamptons, Folky is going to try and buy as much time as possible, but the rest of the team looks to loop around. They finally go for the all-in. They trade 1 for 1, but they do find the elimination. That's a double elimination secured by PE. They have 1 member down, but they can reset. High swing against Jump God so far by Don't Cry. They still manage to find Jump God at the end of the day. It's not a full squad wipe, but these early points are very, 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 very crucial for teams who haven't achieved a Booyah just yet.
Yeah, it's a good run for PE Sports right there as well to increase their numbers. And we were expecting that they will be meeting against Bigatron Delta on Council Hall, but Old Hampton is a different crop for both teams of PE Sports as well as attack all around. But AG Global right now is hunting against the White Tigers Evos Divine, and only 1 remains in this area. Aim God right now ready with that nade, but he will not be fighting against Stop and Cypher at this point. 1v2 really doesn't work for it.
Binoculars also used just to kind of scope out the area to see who else is by the closest POIs. The first shot just north of them outside of the circle. Let's hop back over to AG. As they keep on moving forward, PE do not want to let Ray get away with this, and they do notice the members of AG actually encroaching on them. Don't Cry will try to slow them down as much as he can, but Ray just refuses to let him go. Now Don't Cry, he's in the middle of 2 teams, one who Evos who only has 1 member, and the rest of AG. Now Don't Cry doesn't have much of a choice at this point, as the rest of PE Sports need to control this high ground, but no! Cypher, great shot onto Don't Cry, nails the headshot to take him out, and Evos, they're out of there. He is out of there. The last remaining person, he's walking away. Let AG do the rest of the work against PE.
AG just saved Evo's Divine at that point, and it's a good play with that XM8 though. I mean, I thought Don't Cry will be able to survive, but as we look, we are still seeing AG Global going in against 2 players of PE Sports. We are praising PE Sports earlier with elimination early in this game, but they might be taking down that easily. 6 elimination already gathered by AG Global, a different team that we've seen so far, a little bit more aggressive.
I think they're really starting to get like a little desperate for these points, but also the fact is it's Kalahari, right? There's so much space on this map taking these early engagements, especially if you know that there's like only 2 teams in the area. Might as well get involved, get active. As Vamos getting pushed out of Refinery by Onyx Olympus.
Yeah, Vamos, 1 of them has been knocked down, but has been picked up now. It's a good chance for June, but no! From afar, Cyru taking him down, and that is not a good run for Team Vamos right now. Onyx Olympus really needs to go in for the hunt, but the Arvonscan, well, the binoculars will not spot anyone. I guess Team Vamos managed to get away.
Yeah, with so much industrial area, I think it's a good decision here. But now we're going to see that Alan is going to get taken down by the rest of the Twisted Minds. Haven't even dropped a single member here as they farm away at WAG. Binoculars also used once again to scout out the next area before they start making a quick move. Because again, you're here in Arsenal, you've already taken the key loot from the members who were here earlier. You might as well start moving on.
Yeah, Twisted Mind right now, I mean, from their record, they are on a 9-point average elimination on this map, so there's a good chance that they might be able to do a little bit more, especially if they bring back the old Twisted Mind that we used to see. But BTR right now, they are just showing up most of the time in every engagement, and they grab their 6th elimination.
Yep, and PE Sports ends up being eliminated off screen. BRU, were they the ones who took him out? I didn't get to see the kill feed, unfortunately, but Moshi is gonna regroup back with Jonah as they head from outside of the ring, and they know for a fact that, hey, our backs are finally clear. There's nothing much to worry about. Let's scale along the refinement for now, see if there's anybody here. If not, we've got a pretty secure spot.
Yeah, let's see if they can maintain this. I mean, it's still the same pattern for Buriram United Esports, which is working for them right now, especially with the Booyah that they grabbed earlier. So I don't think we'll see Buriram United as the aggressive team that we often see. They want to memorize everything that they're doing right now, put it into play. Muscle memory will be working, especially in the grand finals, every time they practice this type of engagement. But we love to see more elimination for this team right now. But Onyx Olympus, though, they are still heading in and waiting for anyone who might be dropping by on Refinery and not spotting anyone yet.
Yeah, but when we look back at Bayfront here, BTR has been like getting so many eliminations, 7 elimination, tied with AG currently for top eliminator for now. I'm considering whether or not they want to just kind of hunker down and wait until the next ring actually shows itself. But well, let's come back to AG so far. So it looks like they're hitting up the Arsenal here. Doesn't look like too many teams are nearby. Yeah, the other WAG is like really far north of them.
Yeah, I mean, they're just having a grand time looting up the Arsenal. One of them already taking Foundation, getting more information. That is Caramel. This guy is often outside of the rotation of Team AG, and most of the time that is due, but he's not playing right now. He's just buying his time, watching how the rest of the teams play at this point. In AG Global, it's a good run because Du is, I would say, they're not really a secret weapon, but a weapon overall that they can use in surprises that they can bring in to the battlefield.
Well, speaking of surprises, looks like Hans and Kabi just lost their vehicle for this drop. Whether or not it's worth it depends on whether they make it out of there, right? Because EVOS, they've got a really good surround on them so far, and they're not even safe from every angle, right? So despite everything, EVOS going to start making a move down closer towards the red zone that has already been plotted by it here in Santa. But Heavy, how did they get out of this?
Not so much that they can do right now, especially Kabi in between a lot of teams. Only Glue Wall's helping in, but we know how that works, and he will be meeting his demise. But the rest of the teams, though, was able to move away because of that portal go, and the same goes for Kabi. They have a compound right now, very close to attack all around, but they have a good chance to respond against Evo's Divine, who's just putting so much of pressure on them. The only question is, are they ready to go in for battle at this point? Because so much, a lot of damage has been put on them, a lot of wasted resources as well. Same goes for attack all around.
Yeah, I think Heavy is making the smart choice here. Completely give up the structure, completely give up the ground. There's no point holding it now that the ring has been kind of already predetermined to be what it is. They can start moving towards the northern side and play for the outside unless there is resistance, because attack all around at this point of time with command point under their control, it's not a bad position to be in, right? They can scout out pretty much any angle, and more importantly, so rotate from any angle to the next ring.
Yeah, I mean, let's see if they can do so. Bigatron Delta now just playing it a little bit too passive, just waiting for movements from the ones surrounding them, and hopefully they like have that trigger discipline, because if in case Evo's Divine move in a little bit closer, go for engagement against Heavy, that would be their chance. But good thing that this is Arsenal, wherein you might be able to spot them, but not so much of a hit. Otherwise, Dix might be already shooting at them, giving out their location.
Yep, and BTR, they don't need to do much. They just need to sit and wait until the next ring fully closes before they make their next decision. This is very crucial timing for a lot of these teams, right? That third ring could really skew their initial rotations, and they will have to adjust their plans accordingly. Revival Point's going to be closing out in about 30 seconds here, so anybody outside of that ring better head on in. And looking at the teams alive, looks like nobody is going to have to touch it just yet.
Yeah, no one is touching it just yet. A little bit of FGL action being brought in by BTR just to push Evo's Divine out of that arsenal, out of that compound, but it doesn't phase them at all. They're safe. Yes, you can see us from the windows, from the doors, but we're still safe and we're not moving away. But this is difficult, especially as a lot of teams will be closing in. Heavy is very, very close to BTR, and with all those engagement, with all those gunshots, they might pull in a lot more of teams who's surrounding them.
Well, let's actually have a look. Speaking of the teams, right? We're looking previously, AG as well as Onyx will take the first engagement with Twisted Minds just under them by their compound. WAG is going to have some hint or idea of what's going on towards the west side of the map, but do they want to capitalize on it is the real question. It looks like they are. They are mirroring the movements.
Yeah, mirroring the movements as well. Onyx Olympus right now being distracted as they head towards Twisted Mind. And good thing that Onyx Olympus just focused on their goal, not really being pulled in by the gunshots coming from Stop and the rest of AG Global. But Refinery right now will be out of this next phase of the circle. They need to be prepared though. But with the looks of it, they do have Portal Go that they can use to get away. The only question is there any space for them to position themselves in this game?
Yeah, especially with the fourth ring pulling towards the northern side, AG will get to look down on Onyx. If they can clean them up fast, that'd be ideal, but they have no idea, and that's going to be the first shot that's going to give them all the information that they need. They know they're holding the lower ground. They can keep heading up north if they want to, but Twisted Minds are watching that area, so I think that AG, they just start lobbing their nades. The artillery is coming down. Esquibes has already been knocked down. Jack and Gary are just trying to keep him up, and even a oh man, even a Riptide Rhythm being thrown at them like can these guys please? They don't owe you money or anything, please.
Twisted Mind really want to grab those elimination, thus they want to clear out those glue walls, but it might give an opening for AG Global. Same goes right now. It is Team Vamos who really give this a good chance to go for engagement against Evo's Divine. Bigatron Delta doesn't want to go for the push, but Team Vamos says, let's go and rush this. We want to grab those elimination, and they're still in the next phase of the circle. So they might be getting a few more in this game.
I think they have to hold out for 30 seconds, right? They need to hear the engagements that's about to happen here with WAG as well as AG. They're going to be trying to predetermine... Wait, actually, back all around, they kind of hear everything that's going on with the compound split in half. Wait, Onyx, they're getting in the mix as well. They want to make sure that AG is going to get punished for pushing into the right structure, and they do find it in the initial one. Sypha down. Jack is still holding his position. With base, he's forced to reset. Same goes for Gary, but Cyrus and Alan are the only ones still around, and even then, Onyx, they lose out on one of their members, but still an upward trajectory trade.
Yeah, I mean, WAG and AG battling, the difference between them is a W, and at that point, WAG grabbed that win, but for how long? Onyx Olympus is just gatekeeping for one player from WAG, and they're not giving them any chance to move at all. Team Heavy might be moving towards them. Same goes for attack all around, but they still have time as a blue closes in, and Limit is just putting so much pressure.
Wait, where did that shot from BRU come from? What? Only kill feed already hitting a headshot of a lifetime here. It looks like BRU on the southeastern side of this map. Again, the furthest southeastern side with attack all around, trying to get in control over the middle because they know that Onyx Olympus is just behind them. They got to win out this fight and secure this spot, but it's not looking good. Floki, he's already being put down, and Limit X all by himself. He can put some damage out, but he'll take whatever he can. BRU farming at 9 eliminations here with every team looking down in towards Vamos' side or attack all around.
Yeah, and this is the risk that we're talking about. Once you are heading a little bit too early into the middle of the circle, you'll be a target of everyone, and that goes for Heavy as well as attack all around. But Heavy right now is able to get away, especially with Tan already with Portal Go, this time coming back to take down Limit in that 1v2. But as we can see, the rush from Evo's Divine plus Twisted Mind from behind them. Team Vamos not looking good. Good thing that they have a little bit of cover with the tent as well as the glue wall, but they are in the same situation as Evo's Divine. But look at Cyrus just running, trying to get away, getting into the arsenal, into that corner in front of Twisted Mind.
I've never thought these tents have been safe. Now they're the safest spot in the map right now. With BTR and Twisted Minds looking down towards EVOS' side, Vamos, they're in a great position, but they also have to worry about Onyx looking down at them through their exposed angle. They can take the back way out, but Twisted Minds are already there. So the best case scenario is they find a TP into the central structure and fight it out on the assumption they figure out where BRU is supposed to be. Because look at the artillery spam! Oh, ice grenades being thrown out, glue melters as well. BTR, impatient, want to take down EVOS as quickly as possible, and Twisted Minds see this. Riptide Rhythm has already been thrown, and now they're launching their own assault from the western side, lobbing in as many grenades as possible. And BTR, they're holding out as much as they can, but it's not looking that great with BRU now taking the overwatch after Onyx position is now compromised. With so many ice grenades, can you really tell the action as ABAX is next to fall, and Twisted Minds end up being the ones who win out that entire interaction?
It's a good thing that they really hold out before rushing in, but still have Vamos to be a problem, especially with Diamond being segregated from the rest of Twisted Mind. But no, it doesn't matter at all. Even Jack right there is not a threat, but Buriram United from afar just raining hell all throughout his team, similar to what they've experienced already. Team Vamos will not be phased. Moshi will be taken down by June, and Wazana tries to go in for the rush, but the pickup will not be done. Let's see as to who will take advantage. Twisted Mind just resting after putting so much pressure on the rest of the team.
Jack just being an absolute nuisance to both Twisted Minds as well as Vamos here. Now BRU, it's their time to start launching the artillery here with the rest of Vamos on the inner side, trying to make sure that if Jack tries to go in between, he gets melted down and taken by the grenade. Twisted Minds, they pull back to reaggress onto BRU while Vamos has no angles to work with. Currently a 36-33 to 31 win ratio in that order. Twisted Mind, Vamos, and BRU. I think that with BRU missing a member, they lost a lot of their firepower, but with the 4 still healthy from Twisted Minds as well as Vamos, this is going to be a very exciting final circle as it is about to start closing in. Rory still holding on strong. The rest of Vamos on the inside. Jonah gets onto the top of that tent, gonna get blasted down, but does find McCrory as a trade. Now Twisted Minds, they see the kill feed, they have an opportunity to go onto the flank of BRU. Glue Wall Melters perfectly is going to start taking out BRU's side. Vamos just need to hold on. They can turn this around if they want to with a time reversal. They try, they drop down the dome, but they're going in and out, dashing back and forth to waste more time to allow BRU to actually reposition onto the neighboring tent. Now Vamos, they hold on a little bit longer. That's 2 people in. They get rushed down. Diamond is doing fine too and get high. Is next. Twisted Minds might be able to close out this game, having a majority of their healthy members, 73%. Looks like Wasana has a lot of work ahead of him. If he's able to 1v4 this, god damn, he is the best player in the world. But Twisted Minds look to close this out easily as Wasana denies the points running out of the ring. Oh wait, Exposi's not gonna let him.
He wants to grab that final point, but the Booyah will be taken by Twisted Mind, and that is what we want to see from this team. That is the signature of Twisted Mind, though with a little bit more in terms of getting a Booyah as well as a placement, the aggressiveness they've shown. We've seen how aggressive they were, putting pressure on Evo's Divine, as well as when BTR grabbed that 10, even while they're preoccupied in taking down Buriram United from afar, they're still not phased. They know that Team Vamos is still on the other 10, but it was just the rotation that they took, the decision that they made that really made them grab this Booyah quite easily.
And they adjusted to the situation really, really well, right? Because initially they were on the outer side tanking the blue for a large majority of the previous round. And now walking into this, like, the stars aligned, BRU got involved with Onyx, and then all of a sudden Bigatron Delta was pushing in towards the second tent, and that's when Twisted Mind said, hey, if we can just hold Vamos in this current position, we can start looking over them to BRU's side, we can take the back flank and really put the hurt onto Bigatron Delta, and push comes to shove, maybe we might be able to wash them all out.
I mean, that is a good play indeed. I mean, good breakdown. And there's just so much more that could have been done by the other teams against Twisted Mind, but the spirit that they have, like the mind that they have, really twisted and how well they worked it out. You did point out they were tagging the blue, even Samming almost being taken down, and they still managed to rush in onto that game, Bigatron Delta doesn't had a chance in that game, and it was Vamos being helped out helping out Twisted Mind really to get all those damage onto Buriram United. Otherwise, Buriram United might have taken that Booyah with the rotation they took. They tried and pushed in for that compound, for that 10, whereas Twisted Mind went in out to the open area.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's a very bold move because I think that a lot of teams might have fallen into the Vamos mentality there, right? Of like hunkering down and waiting for everybody else to kind of lose their resources. I think at some point, Vamos needed to take the risk of actually poking out and maybe getting a knockdown onto Twisted Minds just to slow them down and maybe force some control on their side of the map. But then again, I'm not a professional, but I think that, again, all the moves that you make in Vamos' position is super risky. Like, walking out is a danger zone, peeking is dangerous, like, getting hit by one nade could change the game for you.
Yeah, even Jack. You saw Jack in between the tents, like distracting everyone else. That has been a huge disruption on the mindset of Team Vamos at this point. They didn't have that opportunity because they know that a lot of people are surrounding them, even if it's only Jack in between them. So it just weakened the mindset of Team Vamos in that situation. But if they broke down the glue wall from behind, they might have been able to go and take that rotation before Buriram United pushed in against them, and they might be the one pinching Twisted Mind.
That could have been a good play as well. I don't know, because a lot of it, all of this started is because Bigatron Delta got impatient. They're like, Evos in the tent, let's go kill him. Let's go kill him. And then all of a sudden, Twisted Mind, Buriram United are launching the glue wall melters, are launching the nades over, and that's when all the fun just seeped out of their faces. They're like, oh no, maybe we should have waited.
All right, so there is a lot of discussion really that can happen, but unfortunately we will not be hearing from Twisted Mind right now. But our MVP is Saming, and with 5 elimination, 3,758 on damage, and 5 headshots. I mean, this guy has taken the leaderboard in terms of elimination from last week, and well, no surprise if he's still putting in the fight for that #1 spot for the MVP in this week.
The man is working hard every single week to try to be the Predator of the week, man. You always see his name lingering around. Maybe tomorrow is when we're going to see the penultimate of who's going to get Predator of the week. But hey, I think that's he's put himself in a very good position. He's been taking many of these kills, and so far he's one of those players that if you give him a sniper rifle, I'll be like, yeah, I'm not too worried about my back anymore.
Yeah, I mean, who won't be worried? Who will be worried about their back, especially with what we've seen Nameless pull out? Now, I want to point out that he was using Cassie. We already talked about that earlier. The bond, the healing bond that Cassie has to offer, but they also brought out Athiba. Athiba speeds up the revive, thus there's a good chance that they can recover despite of being knocked down, and that's a reason as well why Twisted Mind was so aggressive towards the final part. They saved up all those skills to be used in that final moment.
A curious question. I'm interested in knowing whether Nameless has decided to take these types of support options, considering their past couple of days, they have just been like bleeding out members, getting to that final circle, and then 50-50ing it at the end that nobody looks at them at the right time.
Yeah, I mean, there might be a hint on the other, like the past game, not only for their team, but also for the other teams, how they survive, how to counter some of the characters, as well as the game style of the other teams. They even pulled out a quadruple Arvon. They're not really aiming for Dreki and a Beaston. They are just going for information, a combination of all, to be honest. Like, they have survivability, attack, even teamwork as they're active. And that is just something that puts in so much of dynamic in a game just like this.
Don't you love the meta now that people are really taking full advantage of the kits rather than like, what helps me attack better? What helps me rush better, guys?
Yeah. Definitely, I mean, it really works. I think they felt it towards EWC right now. That's very important. A slight change in terms of character skill can help a lot in terms of getting that Booyah as well as the #1 spot. But Let's not take it away from Twisted Mind. They grabbed that buoy in this game, 27 points in total and 15 elimination, leaving the Buriram United to have a lot of elimination, which is 17 behind with only 1 point.
Man, BRU was still farming. I knew that they were taking out a lot of people. I didn't expect them to take this many people out. 17 total elims. I mean, from Twisted Mind's perspective, the 15 elims feels very free for them considering the amount of action that was happening in that final ring. But considering everything that has happened, BTR and as well as Onyx not doing too bad, picking up 15 and 14 points respectively. As we jump on over to the overall standings, we do see that Twisted Minds finally overtake RRQ, and now it's about, in these next couple of maps, how many points can they accumulate to separate themselves from RRQ?
Yeah, Buriram United right now in only 2 maps left. They might be looking for a good run, a best run of their career right now to be able to grab that #1 spot after this day. But it's still tough to beat right here because the lead that Twisted Mind has against Buriram United right now is 58 points. Not a lot of teams will be able to grab all those points in just 2 match, apart from Buriram United though. But it has to be a good or very good run, but because we've seen how BTR took down Giants overall, they might be the target this time by Bigatron Delta.
Hey, who knows, man? Who knows? I don't know. When I'm thinking of Bigatron Delta, it really boils down to, do they have a very favorable spot, a very favorable map that they have like dedicated rotational spots that they like to go to, or are you the top dog and like, can we beat you from the get-go?
Yeah, I mean, that is a question. And it's a good run for them to really target the top dogs because they can feel, even if they lose engagement, they can still feel how well they can fight it on, and then they can change, make the dynamic change onto the game style. But that ends it for map number 4 right here. We are going to go for a quick break. When we return, the final 2 maps will be on. I am Neptune and this is Gideon. See you around.
We have 5 from Indonesia, 5 from Thailand. You know what? We have 5 handsome teams from Vietnam.
Oh, no. Indonesian is better. Everyone knows that Thailand has the best player in the world.
No, Vietnam still have the best handsome teams. And
3 from Malaysia.
They will compete head-to-head to win a share of the 300,000 USD prize pool.
And of course, Thailand will be the one who bring this prize back home. You know it, right? It's our country. Impossible.
Get ready, Free Fire fans! The biggest event of Free Fire is back. The Southeast Asia Legends will competing for the Free Fire World Series 2024 for trophy.
Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall will invite 18 teams from 4 regions.
We have 5 from Indonesia, 5 from Thailand. You know what? We have 5 handsome teams from Vietnam.
Oh, no. Indonesian is better.
Everyone knows that Thailand has the best player in the world. No, Vietnam still have the best handsome teams. And
3 from Malaysia.
They will compete head-to-head to win a share of the 300,000 USD prize pool.
And of course, Thailand will be the one who bring this prize back home. You know it, right?
it's our country. Impossible for other region to win.
No chance for you guys.
Don't talk too much. Let's continue our announcement. Let's go. The tournaments will have 3 stages: knockout, point rush, and grand finals. Starting on 16 August 2024, 18 teams will be divided into 3 groups of 6 weeks.
They will compete in 18 match days across 6 weeks of knockout stage.
Oh, and a friendly reminder, do not give 5 booyah to that team again, my dear survivors.
Teams from 4 regions will be sorted into 3 pools to groups A, B, and C.
Each match day will feature 2 groups playing 6 matches in the following map order. For map location will be Bermuda, Category, Alpine, Kalahari, Nextera, and the final map that will be randomly chosen each day to keep things unexpected.
At the end of the knockout,
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. This is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Fall 2024. So far, out of 4 matches, we've seen 2 being grabbed by Vietnam, 2 being grabbed by Thailand. The question is, will the last 2 be grabbed by Indonesia to balance it off? And will there be any chance that we'll see a difference in terms of gameplay by the team? Back in the caster says, I am Neptune, the gentleman Garcia. Together B is the one and only Gideon Q.
Yep, it's good to be back here with the last 2 maps that end out today. And I think for a lot of these teams, especially in their common groups, they really need to start getting the points now, right? If you're having a slow start at the beginning of the day, really pop off. We're hoping to see some 30, maybe a new record by the end of it all. Maybe that's a little too greedy for me to ask, but yeah, we need to see some big hitting points.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, in terms of points all throughout this day, it is Borneo United who's rocking it. Total of 83 in the points just for today, but will they be able to pull up a lot of teams in this game to be able to get to that number 1 spot? Though it's a little bit too early to say if they can pull it off, if they can get the number 1. But as you can see on to this schedule, as well as the Booyah Takers, there's still a good chance that Nextera can beat Borneo United's game.
Yup, Nextera. Oh, finally, we're away from the dog water maps. We're coming back to something a little bit more pleasant here, a little bit more optically pleasing here, similar to Predatory and Bermuda. But that's my personal bias out there. Let's see how these teams are going to play, because Nextera has been rather interesting, especially when it comes down to Thai teams and Nextera. Something about these two seem to just work.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the way they're playing right now, especially Nextera, it is Twisted Mind who's getting all the domination in terms of available elimination. They're very close to 14 elimination per game in this map alone, and the placement not too high though. And that's what I love about Twisted Mind. They just want to grab as much as elimination as possible, not really thinking if they can be placing a lot more. But you know how it is when you grab and you thin down the herd with all those elimination, it's a good chance that you'll be on number 1.
Speaking about being number one, the top 3 teams on this map, and we're looking to break a couple of records here, is somehow RRQ still dominating here at number 1 with 37 elims and 64 points. No, they are not playing today, but don't worry, Twisted Minds are catching up very, very quickly here, having more eliminations, but not getting as many placement points as possible. This could come down to a couple of things, whether or not, Diamond and Seeming are having a good game, or whether Seeming is catching people off of rotations, which seems to be the general play style that we've seen from a lot of these Thai teams. Play a little bit more passive, punish those rotations, look for your space.
Yeah, I mean, that is a good play indeed, but a lot of teams has been doing that so much. Same goes with Buriram United, but Twisted Mind has a good chance, really. And let's see if that is the case, if they will be able to bring it on. The combination of Diamond and Saming with that Trogon and AWM really works in both instances, if not all the time, but Twisted Mind really have to bring it on. They're the leaders of Nextera. Let's see if they can bring in the fight as we go in for this next game. Map number 5 is on Nextera. The futuristic field is now about to happen.
Blink and you might just miss it. The future is here on Nextera, our next map, as we see the flight path for all of our teams. Hopefully it's going to be a skewed one based on how, previous games have gone with both me and Neptune. But once again, if you are using a Galaxy S24 Ultra, Galaxy AI is here to keep that win streak alive. I know whoever's using the Galaxy S24 Ultra isn't currently looking at FFWS because they're too busy winning.
Well, speaking of winning, let's see who's going to win this game. The flight path is a little bit too kind, though. And let's see if a hot drop will be happening. Based on record, Zipway will be taken by both Twisted Mind and Team Heavy. If that is the case, it might be a good run for this. But as we look, Boxing Gym is being taken back by Twisted Mind. They recorded that to be their favorite spot, and they're going against Team Vamos.
Interesting. Vamos actually wants to take them out very early on. A couple of early weapons here. Mini Uzi's really going to be showing the difference. CQC weapons? You better have them. If you don't, you're in trouble. Oh my goodness! A top shot like that from Explosi! Holy cow! In midair as well, with Nameless truly being the support, keeping his team members stopped up. That's 2 eliminations for them here at Boxing. And now Vamos, Raymel, he is going to get cut down straight away. Dinocu is used to figure out if there's any members nearby, and Heavy, they want to take advantage of this.
Yeah, they're taking advantage of this situation, but only 2 players is in here. Copy for the takedown. Mini Uzi being pulled out by Explosive, finishing it off with an XM8. And there comes Artemis trying to get away as Tan is just waiting for that opportunity as well. But I guess there's still no one being eliminated entirely. I spoke too soon. There goes McCrory going down. Nameless is the guy who brought him out. And even Tan will be taken out, but still, Heavy is on the game. Team Vamos is out, and Twisted Mind just wreak havoc on both teams.
Here, right? Again, you were talking about the setups in the host game with the previous map. It's really working out really, really nice. Timing drops down, not a big less seconds, and at full health with the help of the healing gun at the same time. But now we look at PE. Looking over at AG, trying to take control over that top side. Spots actually a bunch of them on the bottom side. Narrow's in so much trouble as he gets pinched upon, dash straight away. Caramel all by himself, but he doesn't mind. He likes the fact that one of PE members are going down, and the rest are soon to follow. They gotta scope out the area. Very normal place to actually fight, but Saifa ends up going down to LVT. It's not looking good. They've traded equally, but they really need to find a trade upwards. As Don't Cry might be in a little bit of trouble. Gets blasted down, still alive with a sliver of health. Caramel finally gets him with a Mini Uzi, who wants to go for a little bit more stop here to actually take the brute force of it, as they're getting revives now in the middle of these fights. There's too many glue walls to actually go through and stop. No way to get rid of it, and all of a sudden Caramel is now by himself. Saifa nowhere in the vicinity as of now, as the rest of PE going to be holding on as attack all over coming in for the third. And now AG have to worry about their backs as PE now realizing that there's more people with one already down. AG eliminated. Attack all around truly capitalized on the situation.
Attack all around, putting a surprise hit against AG Global. And I was thinking AG Global will be able to pull it off, and they don't have so much though in terms of utility as well as weaponry. We've seen one player from AG who's just trying to switch it over with that mini Uzi as well as a Vector, and then another one with that Bison. It's more of SMG gameplay from them up close and personal that made them in a risk of being taken out, and not so much of recovery after that game. But attack all around is still not over, despite of the rest of the team being away. Limit is just getting information against Onyx Olympus.
Yeah, and it looks like, wait, based off of the glue walls, it looks like those were Twisted Mind glue walls attacking. Could be happen later, maybe sooner. A little tough to tell now that the dust has finally settled here. But Onyx gonna be starting to walk upwards, right? Let's have a look at the Indo Stars onto Twisted Mind, speaking of which, who are currently getting chased down, in a matter of fact.
Yeah, 18 Deer managed to take down one of the players of Twisted Mind. Exposé has been knocked down as well. So good thing Saming is still alive to bring them back. But Indo Stars, I mean, putting a lot of pressure into Twisted Mind, who has been aggressive. And I guess that's the reason why Twisted Mind is slowly changing into a passive approach, because this is where they often lose. They are so much aggressive fight after fight and not thinking about recovery overall. Thus, they are being taken out without not so much of placement on them, but a lot of elimination.
Yeah, speaking of eliminations here, we're seeing that BTR Delta holding the high ground here onto Onyx. P Esports still have an opportunity to get away, but they've got the full revives, and even further down, we do see Buriram United. It's a good idea coming in for BTR to actually use the Portal Go to actually make their way back into boxing and maintain some good distance from their opponents, but at the same time, Onyx might need to have to reposition.
Yeah, I mean, information is just too much if it's up close and personal, but only one remains though, and I guess the Portal Go has been used because we just missed, or we just lost one of the Onyx Olympus player in our map. Even the UAB is not spotting anyone, but the only thing that we might see is PE Sports heading into this area, unless they choose to move away because of the side of the UAV, knowing that enemies will be in here, and it's a good chance that they can get away from early battle.
Oh, we see Riptide Rhythm being popped pretty early on here for Evos. They do notice Poongod, but I'm pretty sure they hear. Yep, they do spot out Flokin as well as Jump God on the lower ends with the help of Aim God. They're getting A-Baxes as well as GA to actually flush them out here while Ray holds the high ground. But if they find isolated fights, it might not be a good idea, especially since they can quickly 2v1 you. Floki has been doing a lot of damage in this game. But for now, he needs to hold his ground while the sniper does the rest of his work to watch on the upper flanks of his right and left. But now the nades are starting to come through, exposed to the high ground. Takes the portal, gets on out of there. Clutch Portal Go to get on out and to regroup. They're going to leave one of their members to distract the rest of Evos. But that's totally fine. It means that Attack All Around will get to live to see another day. Worst comes to worst.
Oh, I really love the shield gun being pulled out right here. And that is what brought G'day down to his knees. But he will be picked up by Aim God and Attack All Around right now. Good distraction being brought in by Limit X7 just to make sure that the rest of the teams will not be chased and they have a good vantage point. And Volky on his sniper will try to take down or put in a lot of damage against G'day and Abe. But as you can see, his split up has been done once again, and Attack All Around is getting a little bit too close.
Well, Imgod, he knows that his building might just be compromised here. He's thinking about jumping. He hops off, quickly dashes into the next building, tries to wiggle his way through and manages to get just in time. Does he get the trade back? Trovan doesn't connect. Looking for a little bit more. One more shot is all he needs, and Imgod lives up to his name. Taking down Poongod, unfortunately. And now that means the rest of Evos gets to be aggressive. With AVAX already down, they do know that it is going to be a 3v3. They need to win their trades. Another one falls as Jump God finds one. 2v2 as Evos manages to get their members back up on a line in the middle of this fight. Oh, but AAA, they're doing a little bit better. They're truly attacking all around. When you look one angle, they swing the next, and finally, we see Limit getting in the mix. Aim God taken out, eliminated here, as Deca Square now holds the name AAA above it.
Yeah, AAA indeed. good performance for this team and a good showing for them. They are being pushed down out of top 12 from the previous match, and there's a good chance that they are just taking it back. They are 14 points below Team Heavy, who's really doing so much, especially with the Booyah that they've taken in this game, and this is why the aggression is happening right now. But they need to be careful though, especially with Limit, who's just hanging in here a little bit longer. Not so much of cover, but they will be helped out by the rest of Attack All Around. Good chance for them, high ground to Attack All Around.
Very nice high ground as well. They can see Onyx Olympus, but at the same time, they also know the positions of BTR Beta. If they can pressure Onyx, or maybe if they're lucky, they don't have to do anything and the ring kind of does the work itself, they're going to deploy the UAV just to make sure that their backs are going to be clear. And with that information, I think that Attack All Around are just going to get more confident into pressuring Onyx.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good chance that they can pressure Onyx Olympus at this point, because in a bit, the blue will be closing in. They're just making sure that their headway onto the next location will be cleared, as well as Folky in that area. Bigatron Delta, though, is already inside the next phase of the circle in a good spot. But as we switch over Twisted Mind, 6 elimination on them going against WAG. Let's see if they'll be able to survive. Nope, Exposé says, no, I'll be going down.
Oh, unfortunate, unable to target the right man in that mix here. But Exposé, he's expendable at this point. He's going to get revived almost straight away as they are moving south of Zipway. Off of that market, they're going to UAV down just to make sure truly nobody is going to ruin their day at this point, right? There can't be any possible way this could go wrong.
Yeah, personal launch pod to launch them into that next phase of the circle. But the waiting game is not yet over for yet another team. Heavy has been introduced in the mix as well. Earlier, it was just Bigatron Delta, Onyx Olympus, and
Attack All Around.
Attack All Around, yes. Attack All Around, though, they already moved away because of the UAV that they used earlier, and Heavy is slowly moving in. Mud site will not be that muddy. It might be bloody in a bit, especially with a few teams already surrounding it.
Oh man, Onyx Olympus, they're getting pinched down here. They're held from every single angle. It's not going to be easy for them because the only real way they get in is either they fight up towards Mud, or they're just going to have to gunfight BTR on the southern side and hope that maybe WAG or even Heavy takes advantage of that.
Yeah, I mean, let's see who will be taking advantage of who, as we're seeing Bigatron Delta slowly thinning out Onyx Olympus. And on this side, I mean, even Nathan has a good vantage point, but who beats who in terms of bringing them down, because they have all eyes on Onyx Olympus right now, and Porcupine will not be able to protect themselves with those fights.
BTR just lobbed down the nades. They're getting aggressive. They're tired of Onyx holding this position, but now they're realizing why they were holding it in the first place, getting peppered around by Heavy on the opposite end. Maybe they bit off a little more than they can chew, unless they find these kills on towards Onyx. And Onyx, they're out of there. They're out of there. They're going to tank the blue. They don't mind here. They had a terrible position, and now they're able to launch pad towards the southwestern side of the map, which might have some free space for them to work with.
Oh, Kyung right now, not really given so much of space as he spots one of the players from Onyx Olympus. And despite of that, I mean, they're still maintaining this position just to make sure that they have good headway later on, because it moved, or the next phase moved away from them. Kyung putting in so much of pressure on Heavy on the other side, and Evo's Divine will be eliminated as we spot Attack All Around on this side as well. Bigatron needs to decide where to go.
I think Bigatron needs to rotate late. They need to rotate late. If they rotate too early, the western side is going to start creeping on them, and I think it's better to just really take your time on this and pray. If you hear shots coming out towards Heavy, that's when you start booking it in towards the ring and looking for a position to hold, because right now that northern side of that fifth ring is not looking good.
Oh, it's not looking good indeed. But Heavy, though, will be distracted by Twisted Mind in that engagement. But as you can see, I think Twisted Mind is in a little bit of pinch, or probably just one coming back from that revive. Dix has been knocked down, and it's still from the side of Attack All Around. They can maintain this area, though. They're very close, but Twisted Mind is just scouting around, getting information overall, and Attack All Around just attacking everyone who's around them.
Yeah, everybody's around them, but for how long, right? We don't want to see another Vamos situation as BRU going to be playing on the outer side, pushing into PE. They know that attack all around is on their side, so they have to make some decisions quick. Either they take the left-hand side and actually take on WAG and completely omit PE Sports, because right now, attack all around is forcing them to make that choice. If not, they're going to get flanked at this point, and they're running out of resources quick. I'm seeing that they still have plenty of glue walls, but that's going to get burnt really, really quick. Even Wasana, he's running out of glue walls as well.
Yeah, running out of glue walls, and that is with the help of the Skylar as well. Riptide Rhythm really thin out those glue walls. VTR though, good spot for them. They're inside the compound in this corner, still safe, as well, it's questionable for the rest of the team though, who will be out in the open. Even PE Sports is slowly moving their losing their members because of the blue, but Heavy rushes in, knocks on door of BDR, and Kabi goes down.
Yep, and there are so many ice grenades there just to slow down, but they're trying to push back in, and it looks like Heavy, they're gonna get hauled in by BTR Delta, and they find every single one of them, one man for each person. A tactically clean engagement from Delta, and now PE getting forced into the arsenal. They're going down one by one, and they're gonna get farmed by attack all around.
Yeah, attack all around. Though 2 has been knocked down, they need to recover quick because the blue is closing in and they're stuck with the blue wall. But out in the open, the rest of the team's eyes on them. Level 3 war chest being looted out. Hopefully they get more resources that they need to be able to recover fast, because a lot of engagement happening surrounding them. WAG feeling pressure of Borayam United, but Borayam United might be pinched in here with attack around from behind, and a battle split in 2 in this final circle.
Yep, and BTR and the Indo Stars completely stop their Overwatch at all. BRU have a free fight here. If they can win this fight, they might be able to pull through on towards the southern side. But Moshi, he goes down first, but they're able to find straight back instantaneously, and Wasana taking down Poongod. Now with that, WAG from the northern side is going to start pushing BRU in. Same goes for Delta. They're in a pinch. Wasana, the only one left, is Get High, gets melted down quickly, taking a launch pad to the northern side. And now Delta, and as well as WAG in the middle of that fight, eliminated. If BRU's plans did not go well, and Bigatron Delta, this could be the booyah that they've been looking for, as attack all around ends up in 4th place, getting eliminated, leaving the Indo Stars and WAG in a full squad 4v4 B3 as we see the first members fall. Time reversal is already out inside of BTR, but that's great for them. It buys them just enough time to hide behind and force down the rest of the members of WAG to back off. This is not a safe space. Indo Stars now getting into the mix, and Victron Delta, they don't mind. They're gonna run at anybody who decides to look at them the wrong way. Liam and as well as Ralph making sure that they stay on top. I call the next to fall as Cyrus in the back holds up the blue wall as they push back into the circle, and now Alan has to come in and look for a trade for himself. If not, he's going to be in way more trouble than the rest. IDS, they got pushed out, and it looks like WAG are the ones who win every single trade to dominate this final circle. That's a booyah for the Vietnamese squad. Once again, WAG, they find it.
They find it indeed. I mean, they lost a few of the maps, especially in the middle of this day, but they were able to recover it in Nextera. WAG, though, was in a battle of number 4 or 4th place between BTR, and BTR was just losing it. Good positioning as well as good support being brought in by WAG, and we've seen how well Allen is going for that aggressiveness, especially with that healing bond pot put into him. But despite that, even with 2 teams surrounding them, Indo Stars and BTR, WAG didn't falter for that booyah.
Very cool, calm, and collected. Their fights got really messy at the very end there, but they maintained their battle lines, and that's the important thing. Unfortunately, if you have to compare them to like BTR were running through the teams, hoping that WAG would pick them up as they run past them, right? And even during these trades against the Indo Stars, it could have been anybody's game. So really, BTR, we're very happy to say, you know what? If we get 2nd place, that's pretty good. It's better than being 3rd.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a good thing that they can get a few more of points, really translating well after so much effort that has been put into. But Twisted Mind right here, I mean, the aggressiveness, I think they heard me, and they are showing up this time with so much of aggression. Even Evo's Divine right now even managed to take down a few of Borayam United. But this is what I'm talking about. Caramel, the sniper of the team of AG Global, switched to a mini Uzi plus a Vector really not his comfort play, not his comfort weapon, and does manage to get, or the opponent managed to get away with a sliver of health, giving time for attack all around to jump in on them.
I mean, typical sniper players, am I right? You know, if there's no ADS on the weapon, why use the weapon? I'm kidding. It's a tough situation to be in, and obviously when you're getting swarmed like that, there's a lot of things that you have to keep into account. That's generally not his role, but coming and building up to this final circle, truly it was anyone's game. Definitely not Buriram's, because they had the hardest position to hold in that not final ring, but sixth ring, in a matter of fact. I'm surprised they hung around for that long.
Yeah, I mean, they hang around for that long, still 4-man strong, and a good combination indeed of the gameplay for WAG. First map, they ended up second. Could have been a Booyah. Second map, they grabbed that Booyah. They, like, performance-wise, they died down, didn't get any point on map number 4, and then map number 5 really didn't get that much. But before anything else, I'd head over to the interview and hear what WAG has to say once again.
It's your MC Yunsu again. This is the third Booyah for us, and I'm really happy it's WAG again. And of course, right next to me is WAG Alan. Can you say hello to the audience, please? Xin chào Alan. Thì bạn có thể gửi lời chào đến các bạn khán giả được không ạ?
Xin chào mọi người, mình là Alan.
Alan ơi, thì mình có dự định là game cuối là sẽ cho mình luôn một cái Booyah không ạ, để mình phỏng vấn thành viên cuối cùng ở trong WAG ạ?
Có, chắc có.
So I asked Alan that is it possible that WAG can give me the final Booyah in the 6th game so that I can interview with the last member of WAG? And of course, yes, definitely, we would try. So Alan, so for the seasons you are playing for the main member for WAG, how can you adapt the situation so fast with the new device and also the new meta of the season? Thì Alan ơi, thì với cái mùa mới này, làm sao mà bạn có thể thích nghi nhanh đến như vậy khi mà mình được thi đấu chính cũng như là với thiết bị thi đấu mới ạ?
Dạ, với sự ủng hộ của tất cả mọi người và những anh em xung quanh giúp mình có một sự cố gắng vượt trội trong giải đấu này. Dạ.
With the help with all of the members in my team and also all of my viewers, that's why I can adapt to the meta and the situation of the game really easily and fast. So thank you everyone. So my second question is for you. I see that you guys have to join a lot of intense combat. How can you being positive and keeping the vibe high like that so you can being able to consistent playing with the games? Thì mình có thấy là WAG sẽ luôn luôn phải nằm trong những cái giao tranh rất là căng thẳng tột độ, đặc biệt là cái pha giao tranh ở trong cuối ball hồi nãy, thì làm sao các bạn có thể duy trì được cái tinh thần tỉnh táo đến như vậy và cũng như là tích cực để đội tuyển của mình có thể giành được Booyah ạ?
Dạ, chắc nếu sự động lực lớn nhất chắc có Inkilin phù hộ cho team ạ.
Sao lại phù hộ vậy?
Dạ, ok.
Sao lại nói là phù hộ vậy?
Dạ, tại vì Inkilin hiện tại đóng góp rất nhiều vai trò cho team về mặt tinh thần. Dạ vâng.
Về mặt tinh thần. So basically, WAG Krillin is a blessing of WAG because he having the most part in the team, such as for our mentality, because he helped us boost the mental up a lot. So Alan, congratulations on your Booyah this game. Do you have any words you want to send to the viewers and WAG fans again? Thì mình xin chúc mừng Alan và cũng như WAG một lần nữa. Các bạn đã rất là xuất sắc ở trong ngày thi đấu hôm nay, giành được Booyah. Mình cũng mong là mọi người sẽ lấy được Booyah cuối cùng. Bạn có lời nào muốn gửi đến các bạn khán giả hâm mộ không ạ?
Cảm ơn mọi người vì đã ủng hộ cho đội tuyển của mình rất nhiều. Mình sẽ cố gắng đạt vào Booyah trận cuối cùng này.
Thank you so much for supporting us. We will try our best to get that last Booyah for all of you guys. Cảm ơn các bạn rất là nhiều vì đã theo dõi phần phỏng vấn của mình và WAG Alan nhé. Hãy cổ vũ hết mình cho các đội tuyển Việt Nam ở trong trận đấu cuối cùng này nha mọi người ơi. Thank you so much for watching our interview. Now, let's get back to the caster and wait for our next game.
Thanks, and once again, you're watching the Free Fire World Series. What an interview, right? Because again, today just seems to be the day for the Vietnamese, right?
Yeah.
I feel like everybody has come down taking a chill pill. It's like, it's not all about combat power and taking random fights. It's all about being calculated and playing off of the information, which Vietnamese players, they love doing.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they love to study their opponent as well as how well can they rotate, and that is what they're doing right now. And it's a good thing. I mean, good motivation has been brought in by PE Sports when they jump in to that EWC spot, and then rest other teams are doing the same thing, especially with the performance of WAG, even Y Sports from that first week, as well as Team Heavy for today. MVP right now is X-Bor, and I love seeing this play coming from X-Bor. I mean, most of the time, as the sniper of the team, he is the one being taken out a little bit early in this game compared to the other team's snipers, but he still put in a lot of fight, wearing that Skylar as well as that Moko and Susie for some extra Free Fire coins. And with that AWM, really has to be aware of this guy not to be in his crosshairs.
A very flexible setup here, right? You're expecting your snipers to be the last one standing to be able to pick up those extra coins to get the revives on the rest of your teammates. But I think even when we're talking about like setups overall, I think, you know, the Vietnamese have a couple of interesting ideas.
Yeah. Definitely. I mean, the way they're pulling out their characters, it's compared to the other teams are quite different. Looking at the Andrew Awaken, only 3 is bearing them. Most of the time, all of them is getting that Andrew Awaken, but they need to get more in terms of other skills, especially with the introduction of Kazi as well as Shani. So that is one thing that the teams is really pulling out in this game, and I love to see more of those changes. Chrono being used by this team at some point, especially with a time turner, but the Joseph being introduced back into this play might give more of a chance for them to disable anything else that will be thrown on them.
Man, gotta bring out the classics every once in a while, of course. Let's have a look at the Elim leaders here, because so far, from that match, we do see that Jump God has shot right up to first place here, with Koja just behind him with 3 kills, and then finally Alan, and then Limit. I would have imagined that Limit might have been that guy, but he's truly the damage dealer here, not looking for those big Elims like Jump God, and then finally X-Bor at 3.
Yeah, I mean, right now in that game, X-Bor will be number 5, but if we look at week 2 entirely, he has a total of 31 eliminations. He's leading the teams or the players right here in terms of elimination, even beating Saming with like 2 points ahead of Saming with 2 points. So that's a huge achievement from X-Bor, but we have the key players as well. Still, the guy is in the rank, and with the revived teammates, I don't think that is a good highlight. It only shows that Twisted Mind has been taken out a little bit too much in this game.
Yeah, I think that Twisted Minds, I think their mid-game is their biggest problem, right? Because either they take way too much damage, they come in half-looted, but man down, and they're still looking for POIs to go set up these revives, or they decide to be a little too loud, right? Like in this game, we saw them being extremely loud. They only netted 6 elimination points and only getting 2, putting them at 7th in this round, while some of the bigger teams like Attack All Around and even BTR achieving 16 eliminations, 13 eliminations.
Yeah, I have a message for Twisted Mind. I know I keep saying that we love to see the aggressiveness of Twisted Mind, but don't listen to me. Because it's not working for you. I mean, with the passive deaths that they're doing earlier in the game, in the previous game that they grabbed the Booyah, it really worked for them, especially with the changes that has been done by a lot of teams. Even Buriram United is being cut short in their approach, grabbing more points in this game, and it's far from them. I mean, it's the number 1 spot is still far from them, but Twisted Mind, though, despite of their number of mistakes as well as the reduced numbers that they had in that game, they're still number 1 spot and no contention overall. RRQ 10 points ahead of them. It's not so much that they can pull out by the end of the week.
I think that Twisted Minds, in terms of eliminations, they definitely hit their quota. I think the quota that they're missing right now is actually getting the placement points, because if we compare them to their biggest competitor, which is going to be RRQ Kazu, I mean, RRQ Kazu, they're looking at this and they're like, we'll get all these points in like 2 games. Like, this is totally fine for us.
Well, that is if they will be allowed to get Booyahs once again, similar to what we've seen yesterday. So a lot of teams have been wary, especially when they get introduced once again tomorrow. So RQ Kazu really needs to be, I would say, not too aggressive, because they have a lot of eyes on them. But Twisted Minds, Buriram United, they're still on top 3, and a long run for Buriram United really to get to that second spot, 43 points below RRQ. Even if RRQ is not playing, it's still tough for them to get that.
Yeah, it's really going to be tough. And I think, this very final random map is really going to kind of set the tone for what this final big elimination game point is going to be. And I think it really depends, right? We've seen certain regions really excel at it, but let's find out on the map selector which side it's going to land on. Come on. Oh, dear Lord. Man. It was so close to being a decent map, but here, my biasness takes over. Alpine, it is for a very final map of today.
Yeah, I mean, Alpine right here, it has been taken by Buriram United. It might be taken by the same team once again, balancing I would say, the scale to both Thailand and Vietnam. That would depend on how well they will be playing this. But again, the promise has been made by Alan to Yunsul that they will be taking this Booyah. So it's up to the WAG right now to live to the promise that they put out.
Hey, we cut back to heavy. I mean, they've been dying to get a Booyah back against WAG at some point of time. Maybe this very final map could be the one to do so, in a matter of fact. But, I mean, if the stats don't lie, so far BRU has just been roughly there. They make one bad decision and they can get completely wiped out in comparison to their other competitor, Twisted Minds, who is having completely separate issues. The Vietnamese squads have been looking very nice, smart decision-making when it comes down to rotation paths, but they also very much pick and choose their fights.
Yeah, I mean, that is a key factor, pick and choose. And we talk about this, or I talk about this from the past, wherein even the movement of your opponent can give you a hint as to who you are engaging it. And that is why a lot of teams are trying to hide strats, even their own movement, their own position, so that they will not be read that easily. But speaking of red, the red team, Bigatron Delta, is leading the fray in this map, and they will be followed. Well, RRQ is in the list, but Buriram United is playing today. So Buriram United and Bigatron Delta, let's see if Indonesia can put themselves in that board in the Booyah run.
I think it'll be interesting, right? Because Bigatron has been having a couple of hot drops in these past couple of maps, but I want to focus on WAG and as well as Attack All Around, because Attack All Around has been reaching the top 6 spots, top 4 spots even, but they're unable to close it out as cleanly as they did in day number, if I remember correctly, day number 3.
Yeah, I mean, but this day overall, Attack Around is second to Buriram United. In total, they have 73 points already, and Buriram United, though, just for this day, is very close to 100. But from yesterday's game, we've seen that 100 is just the bottom half of the threshold. 150 can be reached if you remain consistent. So let's see if anyone can be consistent, bringing their team's name back in the board as we drop into Alpine.
Once again, we're going to revisit the frosty tips here of the northern region. Alpine, once again, high ground going to be key, but you better be careful because there's plenty of predators out there as we look at the flight path of Alpine. And hopefully we get a pretty decent one, right? Well, let's see whether this caster Chris actually works. But if you are using the Galaxy S24 Ultra, you already know that you're a step above everybody else, because if you're using a processor from Snapdragon's 8th gen, Snapdragon 8th 3rd gen, you already feel the difference when you get into game. And yes, it looks like Castle Curse is complete. Decent flight path right down the middle. This should be a standard game.
Yeah, standard game indeed. That will be the only difference would be the drop spot, if there will be any changes coming from the team. Bigatron Delta, though, just hunting a few players from WAG as they get into Rivermouth. And not only that, AG Global is also very close on them. Etel right now pulling out a Mac 10 onto X4, but that is not a good weapon to use from that far away.
Wait, was this intended? He clips onto the side just to make sure that he doesn't get shot on the way down. They don't see his feet touch. So now, only off of the information of the previous left swing. Where are the rest of the BTR members? Looks like as WAG slowly going to keep on working this round. They also have a member on the furthest northern side. So with 2 members of BTR Delta already down, WAG is going to take full advantage of this. They might even find a full squad wipe if they play their cards correctly. As attack all around are coming in from the north side, it looks like Xbor is the first one to get knocked down here, which is a little unfortunate, but not the end of the world, because WAG ramping up the pace here, pushing into the buildings. It finds Todak and as well as Young in one fell swoop. And no, their elimination got chapped by Limit, who wasn't even part of this fight. And now, with Limit being annoying, he finds another knockdown with the help of the Riptide Rhythm. Secure the elimination, get the points. He's done more than enough work here, interrupting the plans as he finally goes down. And even Cyrus, who was backing him up at this point of time, oh man, he's sick of him. Finally, Limit is done. Let's look at Heavy. Oh.
Limit needs to change his name to Limitless. He went in flying solo, took 2 down, 2 points for himself, even stolen 1. That's one of the 2 points that they have, and still managed to put so much damage, revive in the final moment, and that is working well for attack all around. For WAG though, I mean, WAG and BTR, they are in a fight for number 4 spot and only 15 points in different, but AG Global, we've seen them undrop. It's very close between these 2 teams, and I guess they are feeling it right now, why they don't have to drop very close to Steve.
Oh yeah, and WAG just using that momentum. Cypher didn't even stand a chance there. And now they're going to run down their last member here. Cyrus is already at the helm, and they find it absolutely taken out. Stop here. Great beginning for WAG. They find 3 eliminations. Technically, it was supposed to be 4, but you can't win them all. But let's look at the Indo Stars as we see Diamond getting peppered on that right side just to make sure that this outer wall might be exposed. Oh, the Riptide Rhythm, and as well as the dash coming in from Diamond, able to come around. Takes 1 into Roz, and now, Nameless, he gets to swing the opposite end. The portal, that it looks like he got him out of there just in time for the rest of the Indo Star members, but it looks like he'll still fall regardless. A double straight away.
18 Deer can pull a clutch in that moment, and Indo Stars not looking well in this game. They have 17 games already played. This is their 18, and they're still at the bottom of the leaderboard, of the overall standing, and it's not working for so much for them. Aggressiveness is there for this, similar to what we've seen from Twisted Mind, but again, Clutch King is not a Clutch King anymore. Get high, grabs a few more points. Team Vamos needs to Vamos out of Forest Red.
Yeah, caught sleeping at the wheel when you're in the middle of a shopping spree. At some point, you gotta put down. You gotta put it down. Ends up getting punished for it, but it doesn't mean that Vamos is out of it just yet. They can still recover. But let's have a look at BRU, because currently, they're just chilling in the forest. Literally.
Yeah, definitely chilling. Indeed, 3 elimination, and they have to move along this bridge onto the rest of the parts of the map. But WAG is in the lead. Get high, good driving skills. Even in the water, it's still moving along, and a good chance that this might be the team who will be first in the circle and still manage to win the gunfight, because it's looking good for Buriram United right here. This is their favorite and favored map overall.
Yeah, they love this map. They can absolutely dominate, but a lot of teams have been catching up, making sure that it's not as easy as it used to be. But for the most part, we cut back to WAG. Once again, they've recovered. They've even gotten another 2 more eliminations, as a matter of fact, since the last time we checked them out, as they're heading towards the southern side of the map to Rivermouth. Once again, previously where a lot of blood was shed, but we cut back to Indo Stars because 18 Deer, he's all by himself here. Not sure where Roz is. He might have gone down. He might be already looking to pick up more currency, as 18 Deer has to buy time for his boy as PE Sports find him.
Yeah, there you go. 18 Deer going down once again. The same goes for Lean, but Indo Stars is not yet out of this match. PE Sports, though, grabbing a 2 elimination out of Indo Stars, and well, they are playing aggressive from the early parts of this tournament, but it's not working for them. Again, it's looking like a pattern is emerging out of everything that I'm saying. Aggressiveness is not always the key in getting so much of the point as well as the position in the leaderboard in this game.
Oh man, Twisted Minds, they find another 5 eliminations, but that Indo Stars just cannot get a break right now. And I think that this aggressiveness that we are seeing, right, they're looking at the teams who generally win, and then they're just hunting them for 3 points. This is a fast and efficient way to accumulate elimination points early on in the round without having to put yourself at too much risk, especially when you have a vehicle.
Yeah, vehicle indeed. And speaking of vehicle, McRory trying to, not quite sure if this is a getaway or just regroup for the rest of the team. And well, none so far being found for Team Vamos as we go into AG Global. Only one elimination though. Probably just a straggler that they found along the way, but they're getting too close to attack all around. Even UAV has spotted them, and good positioning for AG Global. Just make sure that they will not be out in the open. Good compound for them on Rai, and they just have to wait for the next phase to close it.
Yeah, good decision there, actually. I was wondering, like, why would you use a portal go in the middle of nothingness? But then they already knew that attack all around was looking towards their side. They just want to make sure that they don't have any casualties on that rotate. Speaking of casualties here, we do see that Heavy is in a lot of... Wasana is able to knock Khans down almost straight away. And now they're getting real aggressive. Moshi is going to look for an off angle. He's going to drive past through, sees one. Oh, wait a minute. Wasn't expecting somebody to actually start peeking out. Walks and peeks into two with the rest of the members of BRU to come in and actually finish the members off. A good UAV to guarantee, but now they still have some hunting to do. They saw the portal out of there, and Wasana is already on it to pepper them down.
Yeah, I mean, that is one thing. They spot one portal go, and they're just expecting them. But Artemis right now trying to get away. Vehicle being stolen, but it will not give him a chance to escape. And there goes Budum United being shot at from afar. Twisted Mind. Twisted as it is, they're really in here to put in a lot of havoc in this game.
Yep, they're trying to capitalize on the initial knockdown. They spot the knockdown. They didn't get it, and they actually take out Moshi as well. This could be huge for them. Oh my goodness. Twisted Minds come swinging out of the gates real heavily. Do they not notice Jonah has been sitting behind them this whole time? Do they still think that it was Wasana? But no, looks like Onyx show up on the high ground, and Jonah patiently waiting to get on out of there. Quickly takes a port and even get high, and Wasana does get a buyback here, as Twisted Minds have decided, you know what, we don't need this compound, let's keep on chasing BRU. We've put enough damage into them that it should be easy enough to win, but at the same time, we don't want our backs to get shot by Onyx.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing that you really need to be cautious, not to have your backs open against the enemy. But I think Arvin's Khan has spotted 4 players coming from Onyx Olympus, and that can give more motivation onto Twisted Mind to move ahead onto the rooftop, and they did. Spotting Jack from afar on the glue wall. It's not looking good for Onyx Olympus, and even Cyro is being spotted into the door. Well, Melter's being thrown, and FGL against them, but it doesn't put up so much of damage. But Nade on the diamond doesn't face it at all. It's still rushing and running against Onyx.
Yeah, he said cluster this as he dashed right through, breaking into it. The rushers are doing great work as Diamond already not only opens up the front door, but finds a pick of his own as Cyro tries to pick up K-Base, gets him up just in time. Jack is going to have to try his best to hold this door here. He's got a shotgun to actually make it work, but so far, no knocks in another blue wall to save. Diamond's live! Once again, clutching it big. Even with the Riptide Rhythm, it's still pretty difficult to land these shots. Jack still very, very healthy. Takes a full pump to the face, but manages to walk away. Onyx have been holding on to this structure defensively for a very long time, allowing Zyro and Kiba to actually reloot and get back into the mix, with Jack on the outside and Twisted Minds now stuck on the inside. It looks like the tables have turned.
Tables have turned indeed. I mean, as we can see, Onyx Olympus is going in for the rush. Let's see if Twisted Mind will be able to survive this. Kiba has been knocked down. Gary right now with the Trogon. Jack has been taken out. I guess the M1014 doesn't work for him. Only Gary is remaining at this point. No recovery, and Pocket Market being pulled out to revive one of the teammates. And I guess that is not the plan. That is not working for him. Here comes Gary with a Trogon gameplay and quick Rebel rush by Diamond for the getaway. And there goes Onyx Olympus, eliminated in 12.
Oh, close. They managed to recuperate. They managed to regroup. They take the outside on Twisted Minds, but they can't finish them off. This setup from the Twisted Minds, making sure that their members are very healthy when the fight begins or continues once more, despite the tides being turned. Just really good stuff overall.
Yeah, I mean, aggressiveness, that is a forte of Twisted Mind. Put them in that situation and they know that they can win that battle. And it's just showing that Twisted Mind finds a better way, the best way to survive any situation, even if tables has been turned on them. So let's see if they can carry that around as well as maintain their lead in this game after this map. Because as you can see on that bird's eye view, a lot of teams might be getting too close in this battle.
Yeah, that bridge side is I'm surprised that it's all out. WAG and AG getting into the mix again. These two teams cannot separate themselves from each other. They have the exact same attacking patterns and rotationals. Cypher down by the truck as the rest of WAG push in towards the structure. It's going to be time reverse to actually slow them down as AG regroup. The monster truck is down. Blue will also cut him off from that right side. But as they quickly turn around, Riptide Rush is going to do a little bit of work. Sorry, the Dash is going to do a little bit of work just to kind of make sure that they get around the right corners. AG, they end up losing one of their members on the knockdown. Quickly going to try and revive him, but he gets eliminated in the meantime, with Heavy Hans making sure that that right side is compromised. WAG have to rethink their approach to finish off this fight against WAG, but Cypher says, no, I'm gonna get a little bit more aggressive here, and here comes the nades to get down. Cyrus, he's already gone for caught dead rights here. As they fight out in the blue, these cluster grenades are doing good work. Mini Uzi as well being thrown out towards Ghost side. This is going to force WAG to make a choice. No! Caught sleeping at the wheel! Ghost! The Ghost! He goes down! And WAG on their last member left. He's got to make a choice. He's got to get on out of here, but the blue is going to deal so much damage as Baros is going to try. Maybe he can get Caramel back up to speed as Explorer continues to deny that deny the initial pickup. He hasn't had time. He's running out of time to recover. Baros with the Mini Uzi takes him out.
And to what extent they still managed to get that elimination, but they lost a lot of players. Same goes for Twisted Mind right now. A lot of players being knocked down. There goes elimination of the top team in this game, Bigotkon. Delta still living up to the name of the Giant Slayer as they stop the number of points for Twisted Minds. But tackle around is just rushing in. Charge Buster doesn't charge that well, but Kyung is still surviving. He might have been spotted, and there goes the push. Here comes MP5, and it doesn't work. Execution finishing off the Giant Slayer.
Oh, was it worth it? Was it worth it? And now we cut back. Vamos stuck underneath the bridge with Aim God on the other side by himself. Now, Vamos, I don't know how much information they actually have, but they're going to start making their way in because the ring is taking a good chunk of their resources. So they got to speed things up and maybe get a reloot off of this. It looks like there's only 3 members alive from Vamos' side. Currently only 3 eliminations as well. It's going to be difficult because now they're sending their rusher, Khadizi, in. Let the portal go as well. That means the rest of their members can actually walk through. And AG was here not too long ago.
Yeah, AG is just waiting, and they're very close to the circle, so they're not letting go of this compound. But Vamos, not quite sure if it's a smart move for them to block themselves in. Yes, a tackle round might not be able to rush in a little bit closer, but with the weaponry that we have available right now, it might be the end of them. But the tackle round is not moving that much from the second floor. They know that a lot. Vamos as well as AG is surrounding them. Even Aim God is just hanging back in there. Same goes with Hans.
You know what, I'll be honest, I think Vamos blocking themselves off the way that they did right now, looking at the whole situation, might be the smart idea, right? Because technically, as much as these teams don't like each other and they really need to farm each other, Vamos has the help of Attack All Around by default because they're holding the base, the bottom of that building. But let's look on over to the Indo Stars. They finally recovered, and even for PE Sports, managing to knock out another team on the outside of the blue and have to play around these low-ground structured rocks against the Indo Stars.
Yeah, let's see who survives though. Indo Stars not looking good really based on their performance overall. Vamos being spotted though, and this is the trouble that I was talking about earlier. And it's a good thing FGL is not being used on them that easily, that quickly. But as we say that, June right now being chased, and he will be taken down by the FGL. That flame really is a damager. That is one reason why being stuck in a corner, all of you, will not be beneficial for your game.
Yep, and now they're just playing for positioning, right? Vamos with a late rotate here while we are seeing Don't Cry absolutely harass the hell out of the Indo Stars and even finding eliminations. This could be their game to turn around. This could be another Vietnamese game once more as attack all around. Now pincer down. Vamos, they're not getting involved in this fight, but a knockdown has already ensued. A 50% win rate for PE so far as attack all around have only one option, and that is to move forward, and that is to take this fight unless Vamos decides, McRory decides to get involved in this fight, but no, attack all around, actually committing the all-in on towards PE Sports. Jump God is already down as Boone is looking for an extra left angle, but now the nades are coming in from Vamos' side to actually disrupt the members of PE. They don't want this to end like this, and PE, they managed to take out the rest of attack all around, and now they're looking at McRory. You are the one who is throwing nades at our back. Let's finish this off here as they surround him, take him out, and that's PE Sports with a booyah of a lifetime on our very final map of today.
Yeah, promise is still delivered. It might not be coming from WAG, but it is still coming from Vietnam. And PE Sports finally popping off. Currently, they are sitting in 15. This is a good chance for them to move up a little bit, but it's quite far. It's quite far, a long travel that needs to be done by this team, but this is a good start indeed.
Absolutely. Looks like today is all about Vietnam, man. It looks like they got a majority of the booyahs here. They really downloaded everything after our very first week, and coming into the second week, they're looking even stronger than ever. I mean, it was a slow build-up, don't get me wrong. The earlier maps were pretty rough, but PE Sports, they were making the correct decisions.
Yeah, definitely correct decisions indeed. Good rotation overall. And PE Sports, I mean, it just needs a little or a lot of tweaking involved to find out what would be the pace of the game, what would be the pace of the other teams, how can they take advantage of that. And it's a good thing they stayed behind on that final moment, going against attack all around, and they started it off with Indo Stars as well, so they have a lot of elimination. And McRory could have been something that could have disrupted this battle if his grenade managed to finish off LBT or probably damage Wang An as well, but it didn't work to his favor. The grenader McRory is not the McRory that we often see before.
He wasn't able to steal away some of these points, but let's recap the whole game here, right? Because a lot of teams were put in some very awkward spots, and I mean, WAG, they were doing pretty good against AG for the majority of the game, and I would even say like BRU, but eventually a lot of these teams managed to recover at the very end.
Yeah, I mean, that is good thing that the Revival has been introduced. Not only the Revival platform, but also the Pocket Market, wherein they will be able to bring back their players instantaneously, really change the game. Not only that, increases the number of points that can be gathered in a map, which is good. And well, I would say it's overall good for esports, but not so good for the other teams being taken down so much more.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It feels like as we got to the latter half of the day, everybody really wanted, really got bloodthirsty, right? We saw a lot of early engagements. We also saw a lot more all-in this time. So it can be one of those things where it's just, you know, maybe a shift in mentality. Maybe this could be like, if one Vietnam team gets a booyah, everybody else in the region is like, hey, what the heck? They can't walk away with a free booyah. We gotta get a booyah as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it already showed. PE Sports, again, a good motivation for the rest of the teams. We were expecting them to pop off early, from week number 1, but they didn't. But it's a good thing we've seen Heavy, we've seen WAG, even Hawaii Sports show up. And again, good day for Vietnam indeed. Yunsul will be happy overall that the final map will be, or the final booyah will be taken by Vietnam, and hopefully they don't let this go. Vietnam needs to go in and study a little bit more, download a little bit more. But before we go there, let's head over to Yunsul for that interview. Now.
Outside it's raining, but to be honest, I feel so hot in here because the heat is really, really high. Hello everyone, I'm MC Yunsul, and this is our interview after the match. Right next to me is PE Sport Don't Cry. So, can you say hello to the audience please? Xin chào Don't Cry. Thì bạn có thể gửi lời chào đến các bạn khán giả được không ạ?
Chào các bạn ạ.
Hello everyone. Congratulations. Finally, you guys deserve this booyah in the last games. So don't cry. I know that you guys have been through a lot, but can you share with the audience what happened to you for the last 2 weeks? Thì don't cry ơi, mình biết là mọi người đã trải qua khá là nhiều khó khăn rồi, nhưng mà Yusu có thể nghe don't cry chia sẻ với những cái vấn đề đó cho các bạn khán giả nghe cùng với mình được không ạ?
Thì hiện tại là phong độ của tụi em đang là team yếu nhất ở Việt Nam nên là nó gặp rất là nhiều vấn đề về kỹ năng và content á.
So to be honest, I feel like our gameplay is the weakest in Vietnam teams right now. We had a lot of difficulties in the gameplay, tactics, and even communicate with each other. Especially for the person calling the team, what to do is the most part that we feel like we're having the most problem. So finally, you deserve this booyah. Can you share with me and the viewers like what happened in the last combat with the Vamos team? Thì cuối cùng các bạn cũng đã nhận được booyah ở game cuối này rồi, thì Don Cry có thể chia sẻ lại một chút về cái màn giao tranh cuối cùng cùng với đội tuyển Vamos được không ạ?
Dạ thì màn giao tranh cuối cùng là bọn em là người thứ ba, nên là tất cả mọi thứ đều thuận lợi từ việc đi bo tới chạy bo.
Pha đó thì ai là người call team để chúng ta có thể phối hợp với nhau một cách suôn sẻ nhất ạ?
Pha đó là tất cả đều đồng lòng.
So basically, we are the third party in that situation. So that's why, and also the circle is really good for us. So that's why we can officially achieve that booyah. And also, it is everyone in the team that making a part to deserve this booyah. So don't cry. I know that you're really tired right now. So I'm just gonna end this really fast. But I'm really happy that you guys giving me the last booyah. It's really deserved. Do you have any words you want to send to the viewers and especially to Coach DNP? Thì Don Cry ơi, bây giờ mình biết là bạn cũng đã mệt rồi, cho nên là mình sẽ chốt ngắn gọn một chút bằng câu cuối. Bạn có lời nào muốn gửi đến các bạn khán giả cũng như là với người anh huấn luyện viên của mình, anh DNP không ạ?
Đầu tiên là tụi mình xin lỗi vì những màn thể hiện tại vừa qua, nên là bọn mình sẽ cố gắng ở tuần tiếp theo và ngày tiếp theo. Còn nói với DNP là xin bọn anh hãy tin tưởng tụi em sẽ làm được.
Okay, so I'm really sorry that we're having a very bad performance for the last 2 weeks, but I promise with you guys we will try our best in the last game tomorrow and also for the last week in the future. And also to Coach DNB, please have faith in us. We will make you guys proud. Cảm ơn các bạn rất là nhiều. Một lần nữa xin được chúc mừng Don Cry và PE Sports, các bạn đã nhận được chiếc booyah rất là xứng đáng ở trong trận đấu cuối cùng này. Vì thì bây giờ thì chúc các bạn ngủ ngon và hẹn gặp lại vào ngày mai nhé. So we have ended our interview. Good night and see you guys tomorrow.
All right, this guy's name is Don't Cry, but with the message that he had for a coach, being a former coach as well, it's starting to make me cry. I mean, like with the performance that they have, plus the booyah that they have right now, it's really something that they still have that motivation to move on. Yes, they might not be that high in leaderboard, not yet in top 12, but still manage to grab a booyah, and it's a good run for them, not only for Vietnam overall, but PE Sports specifically.
Yeah, I think that it's good to have that type of awareness, right? To know where you stand amongst everybody else, so that at least you can kind of scale your expectations, so you're not too down about it. But at the same time, they're looking for more ways to actually improve. And I think this booyah definitely gives them like a confidence boost. But even they can recognize, like, hey, logically speaking, we got a good part of the ring. We were the third party, like everything lined up for us, and we're gonna see how many times we can set that up for the rest of FFWS.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a long run. So far, we've seen them play. Some teams played 24, some teams played 18 games for today, and that's because of the changes of rotation in terms of grouping. But by the end of the week, they will be ending it equally, and there's still a lot more. 72 matches per team for the entirety of knockout stage. Does not include like the point rush as well as grand final. So let's see how endurance will work on this team.
Yeah, I mean, endurance is going to be one thing, considering that like these teams are going to have so much time to download and adapt to each other. Like you could look at today, at day number 5, right? Compare it to day number 4, 2 completely separate styles altogether, and the following week is going to be even more different.
Yeah, I mean, let's see more of that difference, more of that dynamic. That is what Free Fire is all about. That is what Battle Royale is all about. But we are going to see more of the stats as well. For the previous match, we have MVP, the guy who was just interviewed earlier, Don't Cry, 5 elimination, 1808 on the damage, and 5 headshot. And again, with Rebel Rush, we've seen this, or Tatsuya's Rebel, yes, we've seen this used so many times, but I love the introduction of Shani as well. Additional shield points that can be gathered in here makes them a little bit more tankier into the gameplay.
Yeah, it gives you that extra confidence as a rusher, especially when you got a little bit more EP to actually work with here. I think for the most part, you know, everybody's got their own style. If you compare this to like even Twisted Minds, yeah, they don't mind outlasting you, but I think even for someone like Please Don't Cry, he's like, I want to go in, I want to take as much damage as possible so that everybody else flooding in is going to have a good time. Because I'm looking at LBT, he's even bringing in the J-Beams as well to make sure that even he can take a couple of shots.
Yeah, I love A124 being introduced back. I mean, it did die down. The use of A124 died down because of Skylar, but I guess they are taking advantage of this. Not quite sure though if this has been the original setup or they're just trying different things, but it does work for Nero, 4 elimination for him, and then 5 coming from Don't Cry, plus 3 both coming from LBT and Wang An.
Yeah, and I do think that this team, they've got something going for them. Really just boils down to how everybody else is doing, right? How well their games are actually going and who are those heavy hitters. Because we look at the elims leader, it's going to be Diamond off of this game. And I'm not too surprised with some of the moves that he was pulling off here today. Like, come on. It'd be no surprises here. But in second place, it's going to be Xboxy. And then afterwards, it's going to be Don't Cry. All of which are tied.
Yeah, tied indeed. We still have Get High coming from Tai, though it's not tied compared to the other teams, and as well as Alan from WAG. But looking at the numbers, it's just so much effort that has been put in by Twisted Minds right here, and they are still maintaining their top spot and pulling away from RRQ because RRQ is not playing, but it is because of the key player indeed. The damage that Diamond has put out in this game, the aggression that he has put out, like really not really dependent on the rest of the team. He's the one taking the lead in the pack. He is really a good captain for Twisted Mind. For BTR, not so much of good performance for them overall compared to what we've seen them play yesterday. And Attack All Around is just a different kind of teams. With the 12 grenades used, I think Falky has used so much more in terms of grenades in just for today because of how well they play.
Our MVP leaders here. Right on top, it's going to be Mal from RRQ. 4 MVPs and 43 eliminations. Second place is Diamond. 3 MVPs, 68 eliminations. And in third, it's going to be from WAGX More. 3 MVPs and 47 elims.
Yeah, Wasana will be on 4th with 2 MVPs just because they are not getting that much booyahs, and the same goes for Peter, number 5 with 2 MVPs. But again, we'll have to see who will change the tides overall. A lot of teams are already taking in so much in terms of numbers, and this translates to how well a team can play and a player can be consistent being the MVP so much more.
Every single time we were expecting to see Wasana, the question is where in that position is he going to be? But let's look at the final game stand in here, because we see that PE Esports totaled themselves 27 points in this game. Pretty good for them considering that everybody else barely even broke. Nobody actually broke 20 points.
Yeah, I mean, it's really a tough battle, especially with how they played. Even BTR loses a little bit early, only 3 on that placement point, but no one had it rough than the Rhythm United. Yes, they had 8 eliminations, but they didn't get any placement point, and that brings them down still on number 3. But a few pointers though, for those of you fans who's looking out why the numbers of Rhythm United has been decreased, it's because from map number 4, we've seen Wasana pull away from the engagement from the circle, and that gives them a negative point or 15 points in the overall standing. But they're still number 3. There's still a good chance for them to catch that number up. And again, despite of the level of the tournament that we are in, the rule book still is the Bible for this game.
Absolutely here. Again, this is in the early days of Free Fire, that was a very atypical strategy. Deny points by walking outside and not make sure you don't get tapped or anything, don't receive any damage other than the blue and deny them the points. Sometimes those habits die hard, right? This is the addition, the changes of the rules. So yes, as you mentioned, you gotta follow it like the 10 Commandments, like the Bible. It is in black and white. So I hope that some of these other teams are not going to be deducting, because it would be so sad if BRU doesn't make it a point rush because of 15 points. That's all it could take. That could be the difference maker.
It could be, but I don't think they will be pushed that far down to 12th place or like 13th place and above. So let's see if they'll be able to maintain though their move onto that number 1 run, because so far Group A, I think they still have a good chance. They still have a good chance right now or by tomorrow to move up 1 more spot, if not 2, to be able to take that game. But RRQ will be introduced by tomorrow, so it's a tough battle, especially with how the other teams are taking the top dogs in this game.
Well, I mean, considering day number, if I remember correctly, it was day number 1 actually that we saw a lot of BRU at final circuits with RRQ Kazu a couple of times actually, in a matter of fact. And I think that it might put a target on the RRQ's back. I don't know whether BRU is really going to lean into it because they've been like victims of it before, but I wouldn't say it's a bad strategy.
Yeah, it's a lot of things to really change up in this game. A lot of things has been changing though. I mean, in terms of strategy, and we love to see more of that. We love to see how well the pro players, the pro teams are going to change up the play, the meta, the game style of Free Fire, because that is how you viewers is getting to learn more about how to play well. But in spite of all that, 6 matches being played, Booyahs being taken, it's the end of the day. Again, I am Neptune the Gentleman Garcia. Together with me is the one and only Gideon Q. We are going to say good night and goodbye. See you again tomorrow.